budget hearings. It's 10:06. I want to start off first with City Attorney Doug Sloan. You were going to outline the schedule.
I believe Jane's going to do that as part of her presentation now.
No. Yes, go ahead. So the no was for her and the yes is for...
Okay, got it. Well, good morning, Council President, Council members. This is the first day of the budget review hearings. We will start with the general fund overview, and then the department reviews will follow. The first thing I would like to do before we start is to thank the members of my staff, Henry Fierro, Sharon McDowell, Pedro Rivera, Scott Motzenbacher, Alma Torres, and Elise Muniz. As always, they have done an outstanding job under very challenging circumstances. I would also like to thank all of the departmental staff that has assisted us in preparing this budget. So the format for the reviews will be the same as last year. I believe the city attorney did release a memo to that effect on May 17th. I will present an overview of the department's budget, hitting the highlights as it were. If any council members have any specific questions concerning the department's operations, etc., the department's director and their staff will be here to answer those questions. If the council members wish to make motions to change the budget, they can do so at any time during the hearing. The motion must get a second in order to be recorded by my staff and the city clerk. We will distribute those motions and directions list each day. Motions will be voted on June the 20th. After the motions are voted on, my staff will reconcile the changes into the enabling documents that will be voted on June the 22nd. There is one other housekeeping item that I would like to mention, is to formally report that per the Transparency Act, the listing of all professional services contracts of less than $50,000 has been updated and is now available on the city's website. So, without further ado, the general fund overview. The general fund overview begins on page A75 of your budget books. The general fund ongoing revenues in FY18 total $316.9 million. This is 5.4% higher than FY17 amended and 3.4% higher than the FY17 estimates. Increases are reflected in most budget categories. Interdepartmental revenue is declining as the Fire Safer grants are ending. Total resources, including the carryover, estimated carryover, are $324.9 million. The estimated carryover for the end of this fiscal year, FY17, is $8 million. There are several factors going into that carryover. The primary cause is the greater than anticipated property and room taxes and slightly higher intergovernmental revenues, which is primarily driven from property revenue from the sale of RDA properties. Higher than budgeted charges for services, primarily in development, parking, vehicle release, which is contained within the police department, and code enforcement are also anticipated for the remainder of this year. Lower overall expenditures, although not by much, and transfers are lower due to the debt refinancing. Increases in revenues over the 5-year projection window vary from 1% to 4%, with a few exceptions known due to one-time events. These are conservative projections. There are several unknowns with regards to revenue, primarily the health and continuing expansion of the recovery in the economy and its effect on assessment values, which are one of the primary drivers of property taxes, and the potential for slowdown in any of the major revenues. The 3 largest revenue categories are property tax, sales tax, and charges for services. Together, they represent 77% of total general fund revenues. And a chart showing the major revenues for the general fund is on page A83. The discussion of general fund revenues as individual items begins on page A78. The property tax for estimate for FY18 is $126.5 million. This includes the RDA increment, and it is 40% of ongoing general fund revenues. This reflects a growth rate of 4% over FY17 estimates. The number reflects an estimate of the impact of the upward reassessment of properties within the city. Per the assessor's office, that is the single largest factor for next year. Out-year estimates are 4% for FY19 through 20, 3.5% for FY21, and 2.5% for FY22. The sales tax estimate for FY18 is $84.5 million. That is 27% of total ongoing general fund revenues. The largest categories of sales tax are general retail at 33.4%, transportation at 25%, and food products at 17.9%. These have been steady for the last several years. The latest information that we have from Muni Services for the fourth quarter of FY of 2015, restaurants, department stores, and new auto sales were the largest segments. Service stations continue to decline from their high. A portion of the revenues that you see there are from e-commerce. However, we do get only 61.6% of sales tax from internet sales, not the whole 1%. Growth factors are slightly lower than last year. This is in line with projections from Muni Services, 2.4% for FY19 and 2.6% thereafter. In the category of charges for services, this is the revenue category that the city has the most control over. Now the third largest revenue in the general fund, 10.5% of total general fund revenues. About 50% of these total revenues comes from DARM. The rest come from Public Works, Parks, Police Department, and the Fire Department. These consist of permit fees, inspection fees, plan check and review fees, vehicle release, and our share of the vehicle code fines from the county, code enforcement and parking revenues, gate and league fees from parks. The estimate for FY18 is currently $33.4 million. This is higher than FY17 estimates by 6.5%. Development, parking, and code revenues are up. PD revenues are also up due to the redeployment of the motor unit that is in process and will positively impact the impound revenues. The other revenues of note in the general fund are business license. The estimate here is $19 million for FY18, a growth of 4.5% over 17 estimates. Part of this increase is the estimated revenues from increased code enforcement efforts to ensure that all rental property owners are paying the appropriate business license taxes. Room tax, the estimate is $12.1 million, a growth of 2.5% over FY17 estimates. We are on track to exceed the FY17 estimates by approximately $422,000. Franchise taxes total $13.5 million estimate for FY18. This consists of multiple components: Comcast, AT&T, and PG&E franchise fees. These total $9.2 million. Commercial solid waste and roll-off bins total $4.3 million. Finally, a note about appropriations. Total appropriations are $302.8 million, 1% above FY17 estimates, and 0.8 above FY17 amended. It should be noted, however, that FY17 numbers contain a 27th pay period at a cost of approximately $5.8 million. Without this extra pay period, the increase over 17 amended would be 2.8%. The category percentage changes over the 5-year projection vary according to known circumstances and any anticipated changes. Employee services is up $4 million over 17 estimates and $5.7 million from FY17 amended. Again, remember the 27th pay period. The change from amended without the extra pay period would be $11.5 million. MOU increases that have been approved by Council are also included, including the one for IAFF for 3% on 7/1/17 and 2% for 6/30/2018. The full year costs for positions that were added in the current year are also contained within this budget, and funding for 825 sworn staffing in the police department, 334 in fire, and includes some additional positions for code enforcement and for public works. In the 5-year forecast, the increases in this category vary according to MOU requirements. Also included are the full year costs of the officers added in FY17. This category, it must be said, is not just salaries, but it also includes leave payoffs, overtime, premium pays, workers' compensation, and other general personnel costs. Health and welfare costs are up $2.1 million from FY17 estimate. This reflects a 2% increase in the premium, which was approved by the Health and Welfare Board in March. That the increase in this particular category is split 50-50 with most MOUs, and the positions are added and funded in 17 have also caused this item to increase. category as a whole is much more complex now, with different contribution percentages for the different bargaining units and different percentages for new employees. The growth factor over the 5-year window is 3.5%. Retirement contribution reflects the rates approved by the retirement boards for FY18, taking into account increases in staffing over the 5-year window. Rates vary now with MOU changes. The rate for the safety services for FY18 is 18.92%, 11.39% for the general employees. The growth factor is 5% in FY19, 4% thereafter. Operations and maintenance expenses are up $2.1 million from FY17 estimates. Increases are primarily caused by support costs for the new positions that we have proposed in this budget, particularly the police department. Additional costs also associated with ADA compliance are contained within this category. The growth factor is 2% in the out years.
Hi, let me just interrupt you really quick.
Not at all.
And this is for council and anyone else. Just in the interest of having a good discussion and being able to hop in when you are inspired to ask a question. Just for staff, just know that we will just hop in and interrupt, and council, you can as well. Just know that you don't have to punch up and wait to be called on. Go ahead and speak. We'll just have a good dialogue with staff during these budget hearings. Thank you. Go ahead.
You can interrupt me anytime you want.
I will interrupt you right now.
Sure.
I wanted to go back to the health and welfare costs that you mentioned.
Okay.
So for 2017, we estimated 17 million?
Mm-hmm.
But we, in fact, are looking at 18.9 million as of March, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of, you said, the 2% increased premium. How are we feeling that?
Well,
that expenditure?
Right. The amount that was budgeted in FY17 was $18.9 million. The estimate that's been submitted by the departments is 17.4, and that has to do primarily with the attrition and with the vacant positions. Obviously, we don't pay health and welfare for positions that are not filled. And so the estimate takes into account that those positions are not going to be filled, and therefore that cost is not going to be incurred. That's why instead of the budgeted amount of 18.9, it's only 17.5.
Okay.
But for next year, we have to assume that those positions will be filled, and that health and welfare will have to be paid for both safety and for regular employees, and that's going to be about 19.6 million.
And that's for 100% of the positions that today, or that through this budget process, we're
That is
including.
correct.
That's the calculation for 100% of the
Right.
positions.
But now remember, that is also part of the calculation of the attrition factor. So how the attrition factor is calculated is that I take the total employee services, health and welfare, and retirement contribution, add them together, and then and in this particular case, it's 2.2% of that total, and that is our attrition factor for the general fund.
So in fact, it's not.
So in fact, that is part of the attrition factor. So in the departments, all those positions are funded completely. All the costs are in the departments. But there is an attrition factor that assumes that some of those positions are going to be vacant at some point during the year. And so that is taken into account as savings in the general fund that is then used or has been used to prepare the FY18 budget.
And if I could add to this, and this is going to be a topic that I think it's going to be important for council to recognize. In the previous years, we have been using about a 1% attrition estimate. This year's budget is built on an assumption that doubles that. So the idea that the carryover next year will be anything more than what we have, which is about $3.8 million, assumes that we will have over $5 million of savings, in salary savings, as a result of attrition. And we are essentially sweeping those dollars now and allocating it for ongoing expenses. So,
and it's not just salary savings. It's also savings in health and welfare costs.
Right.
It's all the savings that accrue when a position is not filled. So we don't pay retirement contribution on an empty position, we don't pay health and welfare on an empty position, and we don't pay salary on an empty position. We do, however, pay the pension obligation bonds because that's debt service. So that is not included as a part of the calculation because that's paid no matter what.
So, for example, this year's budget assumed about $2.3 million in salary savings. Next year's budget will assume about $5 million.
Okay. And so we went from 1% to 2, a little bit over 2% or 2%?
2.2%.
Or 2.2%. So is that average, or, we said, I guess we've noticed that, we've had a number of vacant positions over the year, and so we've seen the attrition rate, I guess, be increased. I'm just trying to figure out, how did you come up with the calculation? Did you just say, okay, we'll add 1.2% more to what we previously, because we've seen a lot of vacant positions and opportunity to sweep up some of those funds?
And it has been kind of a historical average of costs that that have not been achieved in the general fund primarily, I'll be honest, primarily in PD, but also in other departments, because they have added position and it has taken time in order to fill those positions, and then they have the natural attrition of people leaving and coming on. And so as a historical average, it was primarily seen that there was an increased level of attrition, which in prior years has contributed to the greater than anticipated carryovers that we have seen in the last couple of years. And so we decided this particular year to capture that savings up front rather than waiting for it to appear in the carryover at the end of the fiscal year.
Is there any additional, could we up that number? As you mentioned, the PD, we've historically, if we're upping it this budget cycle to 825 positions, I would love all those positions to be filled. Obviously. But we know that, and all the other positions that we have, as a matter of fact, for the entire city, because we know that if they're filled, we're going to provide, hopefully greater service to our community. Exactly. But it seems like there's a trend that, yes, we allocate these positions, but we're not filling them. Mm-hmm. And so I guess that'll be a discussion
so
later. How do we make sure that we are filling those positions so that we are providing that greater service that this budget is trying to reflect that we're going to provide?
So it's a double-edged sword. If we are successful, and we're hopefully going to be successful in filling those positions, then you may not have the salary savings that's projected, and therefore your carryover will not be as great. And as you can see, over the next 5 years, we're literally banking off that carryover to carry us over the next 5 years. Conversely, what we have been doing with that salary savings is we have, in a lot of ways, underfunded the O&M, the operating and maintenance costs. And I'll use the police department. The chief always walks in, and rightfully so, with a very long list, and when he makes his presentation, he will have a very, very long list of things that aren't in his budget. The fire department's going to be the same way. When there is salary savings, historically, we've used those salary savings to help cover some one-time costs or some costs such as having a helicopter skywash overhaul. That was $200,000, and there's another one in the budget this year. So my point is that when we get to January or February of next year, we have to have already booked, or we'll have projected to book, $5 million in salary savings before we can go spend it on anything else. And the challenge is that, one, you may not have achieved that, and two, if you do, there may not be a whole lot left to cover some O&M costs that have not been fully funded as a result of trying to deal with the ongoing costs associated with providing all the other services that we provide. So it is doubling it. I will tell you that I am comfortable with going to the 2%, 2.2, but we get beyond that. I will tell you that I'm getting nervous as our ability to actually hit that target, and knowing what it would do to this, our financials over the next 5 years.
I guess we're just going to have to look at it next year because there's a trend. And so, that's why I believe you guys upped it, because there's been historically a trend of all these monies that...
Right. We upped it and spent it.
So, absolutely. And that we have a lot of deferred maintenance and one-time costs that would be?
We're actually using this to cover ongoing costs.
What kind of ongoing costs?
Everything, if you see in the general fund, is ongoing operating costs. So
I
we're
see.
taking
Yeah.
this salary savings, this attrition, and we're using that to fund ongoing expenses. So it's not we're using this to cover one time, as we have been to some extent. We are using this to fund ongoing costs in the general fund. So that's the risk, because if you don't achieve the $5+ million in salary savings next year, let's say you only achieve $4 million in salary savings. This 5-year projection assumes you'll have to reduce that carryover in FY18 by $1 million.
I'm just wondering, why are we doing it this year and we haven't done that in the past?
As the council member pointed out, we're comfortable with the trend, but the trend has been driven in large part by the inability of us to attract and fill vacancies in the police department. If we're able to start increasing, making headway, we're still assuming that trend, but the reason we did that is because primarily over the last 2 to 3 years we've had difficulty filling positions within the department, primarily sworn.
So this technique is projecting a little more accurately what we expect? Or
I
I'm
could
not,
say that,
It is
yes.
based, yes, it's
I think
based on
so,
our experience.
Yes, because we always like to assume that those positions are going to get filled. And so we have historically only done a 1% to be conservative and to ensure that there is enough funding should those positions get filled. But after 2-3 years of looking at this, we have seen that the attrition is, I don't want to say substantially greater than we had anticipated, but it is greater than we had anticipated. And so we are capturing that greater attrition up front rather than waiting for it to appear in the carryover at the end of this fiscal year.
so
And
a little bit more accurate trend.
yes, we do. We have a more accurate trend, and we're acting on it.
By the good graces of God, we fill all those positions. How does that impact the budget then?
Then if we actually fill all those positions, we will be, all other things being equal, we would be upside down by $5 million.
Wow.
So as the city manager pointed out, that is the risk that we are taking.
Okay, so our budgeting is just that it's our best guess is.
It's a best guess. It's a calculated guess as to taking advantage of our knowledge of what has happened in history, and knowing that all those positions, both in the general fund and in other funds, will never be completely filled, because there, if nothing else, there is the attrition of people coming and going and leaving and what have you. And so we are attempting to capture that and to use it to fund ongoing operations within the general fund and to maintain the level of service that we have now.
So we'll probably not have a mid-year budget of substance.
We will probably have some kind of mid-year report. I don't know what form that's going to take. It usually takes us a few months just to get the year closed at the end of the year, and then for us to determine what the carryover is going to be.
Yeah, it sounds like we're not going to have much of a carryover if our trends in speculation and calculations are correct.
Well, I hope we have a carryover of at least $8 million, because that's what we have estimated it will be at the end of this year. So if it is over $8 million, then that means that we have had greater than anticipated revenues or less than anticipated expenditures, and then that decision will have to be made as to what that money is going to be used for, if anything. If it comes in less than $8 million, then we're going to have to see as to what will not be done next year in order for us to achieve a balanced budget.
Thank you very much.
If there are no other questions for right now, okay. Then I'll complete my presentation. Again, the interdepartmental charges are up slightly from FY17. There is an increase for liability claims. There's also an increase in lease payments for PD vehicles, motors, and a half payment on 50 more patrol vehicles that is also within the proposed budget. There were some fuel savings that were taken into account both this year and next year, and we do have an increase of 2.5% in the out years for the forecast window. Finally, the minor capital is down slightly from FY17, and it is primarily due to the one-time purchase that we had in FY17 of the Acela land management system. That cost is no longer within the budget, and that's why minor capital is going down. Transfers. The transferred for citywide debt service, those details for the citywide debt service can be found starting on A15. The total debt service for the general fund in FY16 is $35.5 million. This reflects the... Oh, sure.
I have a question.
Sure.
So I see there's a contingency line.
Yes.
Did you go over that? So
Going to.
Okay. 'Cause-
Yes, the contingency actually is a part of, the $50,000 is actually an ongoing amount. It's in the city attorney's office. The $700,000 is actually in the fire department, and it has to do with the North Central situation and planning for the possible termination of that contract and the possible costs that would have to be incurred by the general fund should that contract actually be terminated, and those employees or those positions have to come back to the general fund starting in December. But I believe there's
Is there any progress on that?
change.
No progress that I can report on, but for the record, we will be sending you an updated page revision to the mayor's budget. We are only going to be appropriating 9 months of the cost of the North Central contract, and so if you would note that, there will be a reduction in that particular line item in that service.
So in reality, that contingency will be going down. So because the costs will be borne by North Central.
Thank you.
Sure. So anyway, transfers. Getting back to transfers. The total city obligation for debt service is $1.1 billion. 57% of that is backed by the enterprises. The transfers, as you see them here on these pages, do not include the pension obligation bond or lease payments. Those are paid through departmental charges, so they're elsewhere within this budget. They are here, but they are not within the transfer category. And the transfers are significantly lower than FY17 due to the upfront savings that we have achieved by the refinancing that will go to fund the Southeast Station, the construction of the Southeast Station in FY17.
Jane, I'm
sorry.
gonna jump in right quick,
Sorry.
and I apologize up front, but I'm gonna go back because I had a question for Bruce a while ago. Hey, and just looking at our TOT revenues, seeing that they're going up, are we seeing that as a stable trend? Do you think that's going to continue? And do we have anything that we're attributing that to?
I think the turnaround in the economy has been the biggest driver. More people are traveling. I think it is a stable trend. Of course, this whole 5-year projection assumes stability. In other words, if there's a downturn in the economy, all bets are off. But it's based on what we think is consistent and appropriate given the last 3 to 4 years. And so we're comfortable with that number.
Yeah,
I don't know if I bet the farm or anything else more than this.
It's a pretty big jump, and to assume the stability of it. So I was just wondering. So we're seeing just basically more people traveling, and are we calling this more tourism, or?
I would say it's more tourism. I'd also would note to you that there are 2 new hotels being built in Clovis right now. So again, we're looking at a market that can only absorb so much, and so. As the economy improves, we're probably going to see maybe a slight increase, which is reflected in our numbers just because people are feeling more comfortable traveling, going to Yosemite, things of that nature. But again, it's based on the last 3 to 4 years and what we think is going to come in, what came in this year, and based on what's come in this year, it's projected in the following years.
Well, and potentially the revenue from people who decide to stay in the United States and stay in California and have their vacations instead of going other places due to the current world situation, perhaps.
Okay, thanks.
One final note on the general fund reserve, which is on page A88. The balance is $20.5 million as of today, and it does include the RDA loan repayment of $3.9 million, which was received in January. The proposed growth over the next 5 years is funded by repayment of the RDA loan solely. There are no further transfers from the general fund anticipated over the course of the 5-year forecast. And that concludes my overview of the general fund. If there are no further questions, then I believe we can start with the City Attorney's Office.
Yes. And Council, before I begin, I was asked the question, when can motions be made? Motions can be made starting now all the way through final adoption. Typically, the way we handle it is somebody makes a motion. If it gets a second, it's put into the hopper. It's added to the list. Budget attempts to reconcile what would happen if that motion were approved. And then motions are voted on in sequence on the 20th, and then final adoption on the 22nd. Good morning, Council. Doug Sloan, City Attorney. I also have our management dream team behind me here in the first row. I'll be referring to the hard copy presentation PowerPoint in front of you, starting on page 2. This is an org chart that represents the fact that our office represents all of the city officials as well as all of the entities associated with the city, boards and commissions, except for retirement. We also have the charter responsibility to enforce the charter and municipal code. Turning to page 3. That discusses some highlights from the last year. Notably, Erica Camarena won a fax case, a big case in court last summer. That was a good win. And then at the bottom, we have been inundated with requests for PRAs. In the first 4 months of this year, we received more requests than the total of last year, and last year was an election year, which are usually pretty high. We look at almost 3 million pages of documents every year because we have to look at every single page that's produced to make sure that something that's privileged isn't produced and so forth. So that has been a fairly new, recent trend that is consuming some of our people in the office. Turning to page 4. Our request for legal services. When most of the departments request us to do work for them, they submit an RLS. The numbers are up to 720 for the first part of this year. Annualized, that's close to 2,000. You can see a trend. In 2014, we had 1,371. And I think we've done all of that with just adding one lawyer that does that kind of work. So our work is almost up 50%, adding just one lawyer that does that kind of work. Turning to the next page, this shows the authorized positions we have in the office. We have a total of 38 authorized positions as shown there. Additionally, we have our contract attorney that does police advice and prosecution. We have law clerks recently that we have hired on to help with code enforcement and some other issues. And then we have interns throughout the year, too. Turning to page 6. This shows our budget over the last few years. In FY 13 through 16, we had a surplus that totals just under $500,000. This current year, we're projected to finish about $11,000 in the hole. That's because primarily we hired and had unbudgeted code enforcement expenses of about $80,000 this last year. So, but for that, we would be coming out in the black too. So the total budget for this year is $5.375 million. That would cover all of our current and projected expenses. Turning to page 7, contract counsel costs. Contract counsel costs are not budgeted through our office. Those are mostly passed through the departments and risk. Notably, though, they've been held fairly constant. They fluctuate for some reason from year to year. But we're projected for this year to be at $2.5 million. I think that's a good thing. Our office is in charge of managing the outside counsel costs, and while hourly rates for a contract counsel have continued to rise over the last few years, we've kept those costs down. I think it's a combination of two things. One, managing them, and two, keeping a lot of that work in-house. Doing things like the general plan, development code, those big projects, keeping those in-house probably saves between $500,000 and $1 million a year. And then finally, on the last page,
Doug, quick question.
Yes.
So you're saying that your feeling is that by not hiring all the outside consultants and doing it in-house, you're saving $500,000 to $1 million?
Yes. We can do the work for about half the cost of sending it out.
Wow. That sounds impressive. Thank you.
Sure. On the final page, all of these are items that were submitted to the mayor for the budget proposal. These would be extras. It's a policy call whether to add these things, except for item 1, which was added more recently. These are being proposed. The council could make a motion to add these things if council chooses. Item 1 is the legal investigator position that we've discussed for the asset people. 2 positions at approximately $85,000 apiece. This would enhance the asset productivity, effectiveness, and responsiveness. Notably, this is not to replace anybody on the staff side. This is in addition to that. It's an additional tool. For example, to analogize the DA's office, they have legal investigators on their staff, even though the bulk of their work comes from the police department. So the police department would be like our code inspectors, and then the investigators would be in addition to that to handle things a little bit differently. So we're proposing adding positions for that. Adding a transaction lawyer, as you can tell from the RLS numbers and the PRA numbers, we're swamped with additional work. That would be very helpful to have that person. Adding 1 legal secretary for code enforcement, since we're adding other people there, and to assist with overflow with PRAs and those sorts of things too. We're asking for additional funding for promotions and performance-based increases. It's a very competitive market with local law firms. We don't do across-the-board flat rate raises or promotions. We want to reward performance and retain the best people here, so that's the purpose of that. Also, I'm not sure if there's any specific funding for the law clerks to assist with the non-asset code. Unless that's in the DARM budget, which I'm not sure, to pay for those law clerks, we would need funding to continue the support for those law clerks, proposing about $50,000 to do that.
How many law clerks do you get with 50,000?
They are at $20 to $25 per hour, so we keep them under 25 hours per week. So they're temporary. So we may have 2 or 3 on staff at any one time, and they're used as needed. So that would give us, that's quite a bit of work for the law clerks throughout the year. We find that that's working well and the council wanted to add more later, that might be an option.
And these are generally all law students?
Yes, they're law students or recent grads who have not passed the bar.
During the summer or just during the entire year?
Year-round.
Year-round. Good.
And that's all I have. Okay. Thank you, council.
Thank you. And now we move to our next. Unless anyone has any questions for.
Really quick, did we? I know Councilmember Soria asked about the law clerk. Doug, did you need a motion to do that, or we're just trying to figure out if those funds are built in somewhere else? Did we get the answer to that?
Maybe Jane can help us.
Yes, you would need a motion to add that to the budget.
Right. Bruce, do we know? Do you have any idea if that's built in the DARM budget? I mean, if that's already going to be on the DARM side for code, then obviously we don't need a motion. But if it's not, then we may. We may
can certainly find out. I don't know off the top of my head if those law clerks are funded.
So here's what I'll do. Until we get DARM here, we'll hold it. I'll make a motion that we add $50,000 to the city attorney's budget for those positions. If we find out later that they're already funded, then we can withdraw the motion.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay. And that motion goes into the hopper?
Yes. Does it have a second?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll begin with police.
Actually,
More
Council
questions?
President, I'd actually like to make a motion to fund the 2 legal investigators for asset, $85,000 each at $170,000.
I will second and place that item into the hopper. Okay. If we're finished with city attorneys and motions, then we can move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
council.
The next budget is police, It starts on page B 113 of your budget books. It is a general fund department. It also has a substantial number of grants. Its total budget is $175.8 million. That is a 3.9% increase from last year. Its general fund budget is $159.3 million. That is a $1.4 million or 1.4% increase from last year. The total number of positions, full-time equivalents, is 1,084.434, which is an increase of 15.5. The total position count is 1,094. Going on to the brief summary of the service impacts, their revenues are increasing primarily due to the fax unit expansion of 9 positions. That will be completely funded by fax, a total of 9 sworn positions. The reimbursement of the expanded services equate to $1.3 million. Also, the transfers line item is projected to be quite a bit higher. That is primarily due to the Southeast Station transfers that are coming into the department to fund the construction of the Southeast Station. The non-personnel changes primarily, again, reflected in the expenditures for the construction of the Southeast Station. That's about $5.8 million. The station will be obviously located in the New Fancher Creek. It will be about 10,280 square feet and able to accommodate more than 80 personnel. Also, in the non-personnel service impacts is $125,000 for new safety equipment, equating to the 12 new positions that will be added via the general fund, and about $94,000 for equipment that will be added for the new fax unit. Also included is $268,000 for the ShotSpotter technology. This is not only assuming the payments that were made by the grant in prior years, but also an additional $150,000 to increase its range from 6 miles to 9 miles. Also, the funding shifts, there are several of them, and I won't go into any great detail with some of these. These are contained within the service impacts on pages 115 through 118. The Predpol software annual fee will also be shifted over to the general fund. It was historically funded by grants, but this fund will now end in FY17, and so this cost will be assumed by the general fund. Also, we'll assume the cost for the TASER body camera lease payment in FY18. That will also be assumed by the general fund. And FY18 is year 4 of a total of 5 years for that lease payment. The total lease payment is about $516,000 a year. There is also almost $65,000 to fully fund Skywatch program's regular operational needs. The total program that is funded is $706,000. That detail is on page B117. There is also $110,000 to cover the rebuild of Skywatch's main rotor gearbox for helicopter number 2. We did number 1 last year. Number 2 is due next year. There is also $182,000 for additional police officer training for emergency situations. There is also an increase for the Patrol Dispatch Data 911 software, and $135,000 to rebuild the explosive ordnance disposal robot. Also included are amounts for evidence lockers, Lexpol software licenses, additional inventory for the bomb squad unit, other fingerprint fuming chambers, replacement chairs, etc., etc. I will move on. There's also $126,000 to fund the property and evidence station lease and operating costs for next year. There's also $250,000 to fund the Northwest Station move-in costs and to fund tenant improvements for that particular building. There are grants that are going to be...
Where in the line item is that located?
For the
Northwest?
Northwest Station, that would be... Let me see if I can get that for you. Oops. Okay, Henry?
Is that in the building and improvements, $262,000? Because I noticed that there was an increase from $12,000 to $262,000. Huh?
54501.
Okay, so that is,
Yeah.
And that's about what we spent for tenant improvements at the central police substation as well.
Quickly, the number of grants are going down. The Supplemental Law Enforcement Fund, the COPS Local Grant Fund, and the Miscellaneous State Grant Fund all are decreasing. There's also some changes in the interdepartmental charges, primarily for 50 new patrol vehicles that will be leased this year and $45,000 for 14 police motorcycles. Also included is almost $26,000 for 9 SUV vehicles that will be lease purchased. On the staffing side, there is $255,000 to fund 12 new permanent police officer recruit positions based on a staggered hiring process. These positions will be funded totally by the general fund and will start coming on board in the latter quarter of the fiscal year. Their full cost of about $1.3 million will not be seen until FY19. Also included, as we've spoken before, is the funding for the 9 additional fax positions that is completely reimbursed by the Transportation Department. There's also an increase in employee leave payoffs in order to sufficiently cover that expense. Workers' compensation is also going up by $735,000 because there are additional costs to be borne by that fund, and those have to be supported by the citywide charges. I believe that concludes my presentation for PD. I believe if you have any additional questions for the police department, the chief and his staff are here to answer them. Thank you.
I have another question. I noticed in the line item for ammunition, we went from this past year from 100,000 to 282,000.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain the expenditure?
You're better explaining.
Good morning. Yeah, in terms of that line item, went from increased by 182,000. It's not only for ammunition, but it's also for taser cartridges that our officers use. We also utilize simunitions in our training. But historically, what's happened is we have fallen short in terms of the ammunition that we provide to our officers for the qualifications. We fire 3 times a year. Used to be 4. We reduced it down to 3. As well as all of our patrol officers out there now have patrol rifles, which they have to qualify with. And we are now adding officers to the department again. So all of that requires increased amount of ammunition, taser cartridges, etc. And so that's what we're asking for. In years past, we have exceeded our allocated budget in that area, and that's one of the things the city manager spoke of. We come back and ask for funds from salary savings to be able to fund that. And so this is more of a truth in budgeting, making sure that we are meeting those needs at the front end. That's it?
I believe so. You know, I noticed in page B 117, there's $25,000 to continue the annual lease for the report writing station in the Tower District. I'm sure it was an oversight, but I make a motion to fund $25,000 to continue the annual expenditure for the report writing station that we approved last budget in District 4.
There is funding for the district station. It just isn't $25,000. It's based on the actual lease that was negotiated and agreed to by the city.
I'd still make the motion for $25,000 because I expect higher costs in perhaps another location.
Can we
Thank
talk?
you.
Are you guys done with that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you done, Cap?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chief, on the positions that are being funded out of fax, are going to be, can you kind of go over primarily what those positions are, who they're going to serve, what role they're going to play in our city?
Sure. So as you know, there's 21 police officer positions being added in FY18. 9 of those will be funded by FACTS. That will be 1 sergeant and 8 officers. They will be assigned with our current deployment of FACTS officers, which is a sergeant and 8 officers. Those officers are really funded through Bus Rapid Transit, so they will be assigned to those areas where there is Bus Rapid Transit routes, primarily Kings Canyon, Ventura Quarter, as well as all of Blackstone, and the bus stop in and around Courthouse Park. They will not be restricted to just those particular streets, but as well as adjacent neighborhoods where people walk to and from those terminals. We want to make sure that when people do make the decision to get on a Fresno bus, Bus Rapid Transit, that they feel safe in going to and from their locations, and that's the intent. They'll be working in what's called a problem-solving mode, and the fact that if they, in those areas, look or find areas that would contribute to fear or crime, then they're going to address those through a problem-solving approach, much like our problem-oriented policing officers. And they'll also be involved in fare enforcement, fare evasion. So anyone that is trying to get on a bus without paying the appropriate fare, they'll be involved in that manner in terms of enforcing it, and primarily for the purpose of dissuading it, more so than enforcing it. And then lastly, they'll be involved responding to any type of incidents that occur on the buses throughout the city, as they currently do with the 8 officers. There, on occasion, we have disturbances on the buses. We have disturbances at the terminals, the bus stops. So they will be handling those types of incidents.
All right. And so they're out there working on, say, Blackstone, and they're on right on the bus route itself, and there's a call in your department for some emergency call from 2 or 3 blocks away. Will they be able to respond?
Simple answer is yes. Okay. Any type of an incident that requires an emergency response, regardless of where an officer in the department is assigned or has dedicated funding for that assignment, they are made available for that response.
Cool. And then I still get a lot of businesses impacted by homelessness on Blackstone Avenue in North Fresno. And that's one of the things that my office gets called about. And every couple of months we get worked up about it, and we spend a couple of extra man hours trying to pound that down a little bit. But can these 9 officers, are any of them going to be a part of Sergeant Dewey's team on the homeless task force? I mean, because if you're talking about the transit corridors, there's a lot of homelessness interaction between our business owners, our citizens that go shopping, and the homeless population. So are they going to be trained and be working with Sergeant Dewey's homeless task force, or?
Again, the short answer is yes. Both the Sergeant Dewey's homeless task force team as well as the FACTS officers are under the support division, as are the student and neighborhood resource officers and our student resource officers. All of those proactive units are in the support division, so they work hand in hand. And as they are working those corridors, speaking of Blackstone, part of their problem solving or problem identification is going to include those individuals that are out there on the streets, whether homeless or street people, that are panhandling, that are causing disturbances, that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing, in some cases involved in drugs, involved in vehicle burglaries, fencing that property at a nearby location, and working closely with our sanitation officers who are out there dealing with those same type of individuals as they are stealing recyclables out of the neighborhood trash bin. So they'll be working hand in hand, and I would imagine that one of the areas that they're going to be really focused on that Blackstone quarter, and perhaps Kings Canyon as well, is dealing with the issue of the problems associated with homelessness or street people.
Right, and so they'd probably work with the HERO team as well, and people that can be directed to services can be directed to services, and people that are causing a problem, your officer's there to take them off the street.
Exactly, and as we know, the homeless task force is a sergeant and 4 officers. They are inundated. At best, they play whack-a-mole throughout the city, because their primary purpose is to prevent encampments, individuals from camping at a particular location, and that's what they do throughout the city. And so other homeless type calls or panhandling calls or calls associated with the homeless or the street people oftentimes get neglected. Our goal is to utilize this team of officers to be more responsive to that, not just responding to those incidents, but addressing those environmental things that would prevent them from being there in the first place. And we know what drives homelessness in our city. It's individuals that get money. It's either money for drugs or money from panhandling or money from stealing property. And they have to, if they're stealing property, they have to have a place to take it to either exchange it for drugs or money, a place where they fence it. The panhandling is a serious issue in our city. I wish people would stop giving money to those people that are asking for it. And then obviously drugs, where there are drug locations, people that are dealing drugs in that area. And then we know recyclables is the big draw, a magnet for many of these individuals within these neighborhoods. But it all boils around to money and drugs.
Yeah, and I'm really glad I'm starting to see people disregarding our median island divider panhandling rule. They're not supposed to be on the medians, and I'm seeing it more and more. So I look forward. I'm really glad that the FACTS department's helping fund these officers that we're going to be able to put on the transit corridors, and I just want to make sure that homelessness is really part of that. You know, I think that really stops a lot of people from taking the bus, probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Thank you, Chief.
And are you done?
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. And I just wanted to piggyback on that, Chief, since I have you here, and it's not my intention to blindside you or your staff, but the state of affairs along Blackstone is becoming even more disturbing. Some of the folks who live in the neighborhoods surrounding the New Manchester substation have reported seeing more black and whites, increased police presence, and the residents, homeowners, are pleased with that. However, I was out at two local small businesses yesterday or Friday with a member of my staff, and the vagrancy problem is
Gotten worse?
really, people are reeling along Blackstone there. So I've become kind of a helper, and we sent of course, obviously we're going to take advantage of the pop officers that you provide for folks. They're going to go out there. You know, I was able to walk the property and make a few suggestions in terms of lighting and getting the place cleaned up, eliminating magnets for vagrancy. But it is, we're waiting for the FACTS officers on that corridor to begin to pay dividends because the situation is almost out of control. I know we have the Blue Sky Wellness Center that's at Saginaw right there at Blackstone, but just in terms of small business owners are almost at the point where they're unable to cope. And the reason why they're there is because, oftentimes they own that property that they're on and free and clear, and to move, north of Herndon to escape vagrancy would financially wreck them because they're body shops and retail stores and things like that. But the calls I get are heartbreaking. And I just wanted to communicate that to you, Chief.
Here's my hope and goal for those individuals, those FACTS officers, is that those people that are business owners on the corridor, that they would no longer need to call the police chief or call the council member, but that we would provide them with the phone numbers of those FACTS officers on the corridor, that we would divide them up in a way that they would have certain areas of responsibility for each sector officer or each FACTS officer within that area, so that if there are issues for the business owner, they can call them directly and hopefully bypass you and get a more expedient service. That is working very well in our downtown area. Those downtown businesses have the phone numbers of the downtown policing unit, and that seems to be very, very effective. So we will work towards that. We won't be able to cover every single area or concern or business or resident, but we will do our very, very best to make sure that minimizes those calls from having to come to you or to me.
And we, obviously, we support you and your efforts and what you're trying to do. It's just the plight of these people is very heartbreaking. And I realize that your officers have, bigger and more important projects to work on than to move sleeping vagrants off of doorsteps. That's using our highest paid employees to chase the. Right. I mean, there's probably a better economic model, but in the absence of that, I appreciate that gesture and getting these folks to work in that area, because seriously, the area between McKinley to Shaw is just spinning right now. And I know I've spoken to the city manager and his. He's aware and he understands. He wants to make something happen, and I appreciate everything you do, Chief, and your people as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Chief. Want to thank you for what you've done with the department and integrating the technology piece to it. Our Southeast folks do a very good job of monitoring that, and I can tell you that a big help in that has been the Nextdoor app, where people are reporting live, burglaries or trespassing into their property, and that's been very important for our district in Southeast. And so I just kind of wanted to get some feedback from you on what your thoughts are with, we've seen a lot of increase in burglaries, car break-ins, people stealing lawn equipment and things of that sort every day. And so I was actually asked the other day at the supermarket, we see all the shootings and the violence going on. Does Fresno have a gang problem again, or is that something that's individual drug related? I'm trying to get a little better idea of what's going on out there.
Yes. Okay. In terms of the property crimes, let me just talk about crime in general, because we really try to focus on the three areas that I want our officers focus on: is crime, calls for service, and community. And in terms of the crime, we've been very challenged over the last, since 2012. I can tell you, or 2013, we had, in 2011, our violent crime was down 4%. 2012 was down 6%. 2013, it was down 7%. And again, 7% in 2014. Something happened in 2015, and it shifted. We saw violent crime increase by 16%. Followed by a 12% increase in last year. Fortunately, the good news is this year, violent crime year-to-date is down, as of this morning, 8.5%, as a result of some strategic focus on our gangs. Gang shootings are up in our city, and we know that. I just came from an incident this morning where we had what appears to be a home invasion robbery, with 4 people shot, 3 people dead, including at least one of the individuals that lived there was killed, and the 2 suspects, it appears, were shot and killed on return fire. So we know that there are a lot of violent individuals in our city. And I'll tell you part of the reason for that has to do with the lack of accountability and consequences for criminals. It doesn't take us very far back when we look and see 6 or 7 years ago, when you compare the California prison population then to now, 25% fewer people in California prisons. I know that some would like us to believe that those are nonviolent, non-serious offenders that fell under the AB 109 category, but the reality is they're serious and they're violent and they're career criminals. In fact, we know today that about 70 to 75% of those individuals that are out on probation under AB 109 are in a gang or associated with a gang. And so without that accountability, it makes our job very, very difficult. The second thing is that when you go back to 2006 and compare to 2016, life-threatening calls for service in the city of Fresno increased by 57%. Yet, from 2006 to 2016, the number of officers have decreased by 10%. So we know that this budget is critical to us in the fact that we're starting to restore officers. Perhaps not as fast as I would like, but still moving in the right direction. So we are struggling with many of those things that are property crimes, the crimes that are fueled by drugs. And we know what happened with the passage of law that allowed possession of methamphetamine, heroin, to become misdemeanors and not felonies. Those people that we used to arrest on felony charges, take them to jail for possession of drugs as they were en route to stealing property, we prevented those crimes from occurring because we took them to jail for possession of drugs. Today, that's not the case. And so the laws have been restrictive of law enforcement, and the criminal justice system has certainly been weakened. We are starting to turn that around in terms of the drug court and some other things that we're doing. But the reality is that's what we're up against in law enforcement. And there's a proliferation of guns in our streets today in the hands of the wrong people. We are making traffic stops every single night in our city, multiple times per night, taking guns off the street. And we're going to continue to do that. But we are challenged right now with violence in our city and with increased property crimes. Although, again, this year, we've made some good progress. We're down about 3.2% in property crimes this year. And in violent crime, every category is down. Rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. The only one that's up is, unfortunately, murder. And we've seen a 72% increase, I believe, in murder in our city.
Well, and that's what's frustrating. And you know, as a council member in our office, we get the calls all the time. And I think what's been really helpful is the Nextdoor app that has been created because it's live. I mean, there's been moments when there's an individual that enters the alleyway, and everybody has a picture of who that is breaking into properties back there. But it's like the whole broken window, model, right? People care what they see in their neighborhood, and I can tell you that right now that's something very important for Southeast, the perception that we have out there. It also affects businesses that are interested in moving into the area, right? Especially along the corridor. We've made the investments, and so I applaud the work that your officers are doing out there, and I think we need to do all we can to make sure that you guys have the resources that you need, because I don't foresee this going away anytime soon. For the same reasons you just described. But it is frustrating, and I think we need to do a better job of working within our community, because it can't just be the police department. We have to have the community involved, and that's one of the reasons why I mentioned the technology piece. We're all eyes and ears out there, and I think we need to really integrate that in, and I'm excited to see all the community-based policing models that you've been implementing, and I think that'll be a big help. But I got that question asked the other day, and honestly I didn't have the stats, but I'm glad you answered that, Chief. Thank you.
And members of the community become a force multiplier for us, whether it's through the Nextdoor application on social media, virtual neighborhood watch, or they're actually physically out there watching each other's property, calling the police. And we encourage people to make sure that they're taking care of their own environment. What we find oftentimes is thefts that occur oftentimes are as a result of someone leaving their garage door open, a side door open to their garage, not securing a window. And when we get people to do the things that they need to do, secure their windows, secure their doors, put in an alarm, and not leave their vehicle unattended in the driveway with the engine running, warming it up, we are able to reduce crime. And when you look at where we are in auto theft, we're reducing auto theft significantly. This year, we anticipate having at least a 30-year low in auto theft. So, but we rely on people.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief?
Yeah, I do. Good, Steve.
Chief, and update us on the 4 beds that we rent from the Sheriff's Department, 5 beds that we rent from the Sheriff's Department. So, does that need to be modified at all? Or?
Unlike what you might see on some of the motels where they have a vacancy rate,
yeah,
we have no vacancies.
Oh, good.
We keep those 5 beds filled 365 days a year with a waiting list. And the people that are in there today are generally the most prolific auto thieves and or burglars in our city, because oftentimes they cross-pollinate there in terms of crime. And so we have those individuals that remain in the jail beds until we can get them through the criminal justice system. And while they're in bed, in those jail beds, they're not out victimizing people. I'll give you an example. I did a Crime Stoppers call-in this morning of an individual named Cody Henson. We know that when he's out and about, as he is today, he's got a couple of warrants for his arrest for criminal threats and vandalism. He is stealing 8 to 10 cars per week in our city. One person. Well, Cody has been in our jail beds for a long time, but was able to get out, I believe, on bail. And now he is out there wreaking havoc until we can get him back in custody. So they're very effective, and the dilemma sometimes is, who do we put in the beds? Because we have a lot of people that are deserving of the beds. So we have 5 of those individuals filled all the time.
Okay, and so is there any way that since we're currently paying for 5 beds and we're helping the county's budget there, that we can ask for some 2-for-1 special and get a couple more? Or if they're that effective, would you see a day where you would suggest that we...
In lieu of that, I would love to see us get a 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 special, but I doubt if that happens. But I can tell you that the Sheriff's Department, the correctional officers have been very good in terms of letting us know if somebody's going to be released, or so that we can find a way to keep them. The DA has been very good in terms of finding additional charges and bail enhancements so that they can't bail out. And the correctional officer has been very good in trying to find an available bed in the Sheriff's Department or in the correctional facility to prevent those individuals from being out on the street. So we're working very closely with each other. There's good communication between the DA and the sheriff and myself on that, or our folks. So, if at some point in the future we're able to get additional beds, great. Or if they're able to free up beds for them, that would be great.
Well, thank you.
Chief, why are we even having to pay for those beds to begin with, those 5 specific beds?
Well, that is a very good question, and I laugh because it is a debate that we had here a few years ago, and I know that there was a lot of concern about why we're paying for beds. Well, the jail is under a court order where they can only have so many people in that jail that they control. It does not impact agencies such as the U.S. Marshals or us if we pay for beds. Those are carved out of their total bed complement. So what it does is give us in the city a guarantee that the people that we want to be in jail stay in jail. Prior to this, we didn't have any control. And those individuals, as a result of the mandate that they were under on jail overcrowding, those people were being released. And it wasn't uncommon for us to arrest the same car thief twice in one day. So this is something that we came up with that would allow us to impact it. And I'll tell you, since we've done that, auto thefts have plummeted in our city. And it's not as a result of us making a lot of arrests, although we do. It's a matter of us holding those people accountable and keeping them in jail.
What's the cost? What are we paying for that?
$104 per day per individual.
So what's that come out to, on a monthly, yearly?
About $200,000. Yeah, we're a little underfunded in that area, but we make it up.
So without that, you're saying they would just be releasing them. So they don't have any legal right to keep them, but somehow when we have our beds and it's under our mandate, we're able to keep them longer?
Yeah, there's a federal court order, as I understand it, that limits what their capacity is at the jail. The jail is divided up into individual cells where they're able to house people that are gang members, people they need to segregate, people that are match a certain classification, and then they have these open pods. Well, those areas that are open can't have opposing or rival gangs in there together. They can't have certain individuals. So just because they have a certain capacity doesn't mean that will allow for a certain number of gang members. So it's not uncommon for them to have open space in the open area, the non-jail cells, but not have room for people that are classified as gang members. So it's a very difficult thing, something I've wrestled with, honestly, Gary, over the years, as to why should we fund this? Because taxpayer dollars pay for that jail, but at the same time, I understand that the sheriff is under a federal court order, and has limitations, and we want to work with each other, and that's what we do to work.
Yeah, I think what it reflects is how screwed up the whole criminal system is, that we have to pay twice to keep people in jail. Otherwise, they get released because of mandates. and then we wonder why it's hard to keep our city safe and our community safe. I mean, you mentioned Prop 47, Prop 57, AB 109. These are the things that we're going to make our neighborhoods safe and our schools safe, and they're a total joke and a fiasco, and they make your job harder, and they make every one of us more unsafe. But let's get back to the budget. You know, one of the things that I'm concerned about is the attrition that's going on in your department in terms of, we have, I guess, budgeted now with the additional 20 some odd officers, 824. Is that the number that we're officially at? 825. 825, but we're stuck kind of at 760 because of an ongoing attrition. And I think the president of FPOA last said you lose about 3 officers a month. I mean, are we at 760 now, budgeted for 825? Is that kind of where we're at, Chief?
This fiscal year, in FY17, we're actually budgeted for 804 officers. Of those 804, that includes 15 cadets that are in the academy. So when you back those out, that leaves you at 789 authorized police officer positions in the field. Effective today, we're at 762. I'll give you an idea. Yesterday, I was at 765. I had 3 officers left yesterday. And that's the challenge we're facing, is officers that are reaching that age of retirement, or some individuals are leaving on a medical retirement. Some people that are just realizing law enforcement is not for them. People that we recruit, we put through the training program. 8 weeks into it, they realize they would rather work for a smaller, less busy agency, or people that just aren't cut out for police work in the first place. And again, we have had our share of officers or leave and go to other law enforcement agencies for a variety of reasons, family reasons, pay increases, to live on the coast, whatever the case is, or to get out of that environment of urban policing where there's a high level of scrutiny and criticism.
Yeah, and the reality is, you know, we're at 762, 763. We're going to be budgeted for 824, but it seems unrealistic that we're ever really going at this juncture to attain that. Part of the reason you allude to is, you know, I think the political reality of, you know, police are under attack throughout the country. Part of it is they can work for other departments making more money, buy a beach somewhere. And part of it is the county just raised the sheriffs 5% for the next 3 years, and, you know, how do we compete? And the reality is we all talk about public safety, and that's our number one priority, but I don't think as a council we've probably done what we need to do to make sure that our police officers in terms of pay are competitive with other law enforcement agencies, and that's part of the problem. Everybody talks, yeah, public safety is number one, but we don't commit the real resources to maintaining our officers. I mean, it's great we can have 824 positions. We could have 924 positions, but if they're unfunded, we send a message out that we're adding police officers when in reality we're not, because we can't even keep what we have.
Yeah, so there's a lot of truth to what you say. The first thing we have to do is stop the attrition or lower the attrition rate. And that's what we're trying to do. And part of that has to do with, and a big part of it has to do with having a contract in place that gives people that, that feeling that, their future is going to be taken care of. And that's important for them. And then the other part, for a number of years, people lost interest in law enforcement. They lost interest because we went through a recession and law enforcement agencies were laying off and not hiring officers. It took us a while to get people stimulated in terms of being interested in law enforcement. That interest is now there again. It was stymied for a bit of time because of the criticism of law enforcement. We couldn't get people interested because of that. But now we're starting to see it turn. And in fact, more cadets in the academy. We're not seeing lateral hires. There was a time about 50% of our hires were from another agency. About 50% were cadets we put through the academy. Today, it's about 90% through the academy and about 10% from other agencies. Officers not willing to leave their agency for us for whatever reason. Oftentimes it's because there's less pay. And so those are the challenges we face. But right now, I believe we have 20 in our police academies. We anticipate that number growing to 30 by the end. So when we look at, by the end of July, when our academies start to graduate, our numbers are going to be up there around the 790 mark, and perhaps even more, and then more going into the academy. So I look for next fiscal year, we're going to be able to hit very close to the attrition rate. Currently, we're at 3.4% vacancy rate. Our goal is to be up to 99%. The budget allows us to be, have a 2.2% vacancy rate. We're going to hit that. I'm confident we're going to hit that next year.
Well, it's my hope that one day you have the resources where we can get back to when people call in for a break into their car or a break into their home or something of that sort. It isn't just something that they have to file online. I know a lot of people are very frustrated because they're not able to get an officer because you guys are busy dealing with violent crime and murder rates and all kinds of serious things going on in our city. And I hope one day we can get back to that, where when somebody really needs an officer and it's not a life-threatening emergency, but they've had a property crime or a burglary with their car, that an officer can come out, can be fingerprinted, as opposed to they are just, get a police number or a police report. That's the day I look forward to, because that'll mean you have all the resources that you need and can be responsive to all calls to everyone in our city. But that also means that we on here have to not just talk about committing resources to the police department and building them up, but have to make tough decisions about perhaps not always having raises for every group that comes before us, but we make choices. And choices have to be, we truly put our efforts and resources in public safety so we can beef up our police department, and we don't just watch an attrition rate. So we just hover at 760, but we hire empty vacancies. That's my hope.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Member Bredefeld, I'm wondering if you would second my motion to rent 5 beds for our worst fare evaders on fax buses. I'm just kidding. It's not going to get that bad. Okay, so I think that's it for.
No,
You,
I have a
do you
co-
think the sheriff
I have-
has 5 extra beds for fare evaders?
Before we do, and I appreciate the discussion. And in one hand, I'm hearing discussion about we need to make hard choices about what we do with employees and compensation. And in the same conversation, I'm hearing about we need to add more resources and more staff. It really does. This budget, any budget, comes down to those choices. If you look at not just at the sworn positions, if you look at the number of civilian positions that have yet to even be, we haven't even had a conversation about restoring dispatchers, administrative clerks, secretaries, and the list goes very, very, very deep and very long. The fact that you have 21 positions right now being funded out of an enterprise or enterprise departments is reflective of our reality and our choices and our commitment to restoring services, especially in public safety. In FY15, the department had actual expenditures of about $145 million. We're now looking at, in 2018, a proposed budget of $175 million. That's a $30 million increase. That's not even counting capital and the very long list of things that the chief asked for that he's not going to get. So we are committed to public safety, but the choices are difficult, as with any other budget. And there are things that we would love to do that we can't do because we don't want to go back to what we did in the past, in which we leveraged the future and at the expense of the viability of this organization. This group, the majority of us went through a very painful time because of the lack of foresight that was made, investments or decisions that were made that put this organization on the brink of bankruptcy. So when we are looking at those choices, and the reason we have 5-year budgets now is so that we are all cognizant and aware of the decisions that we make today and how those decisions could impact the future viability of this organization and our ability to provide public safety, whether it's police or fire or anything else. So I appreciate where you're coming from, council member, but don't for a minute think that this administration or the previous administration did not put public safety at the front of everything we do. And, the fire department, we accepted 3 SAFER grants to increase the number of staffing positions that are available to respond to other emergencies, knowing that when we accepted those grants that there was going to be a future cost associated with those grants coming to fruition. This budget's no different. We have X number of positions, of which in the general fund aren't going to be funded until May, and the full brunt of that expense, about $1.2, $1.3 million, will be seen in FY19. So it is difficult, and I appreciate where you're coming from, but please, we have committed resources to some extent at the expense of other priorities in order to support public safety, in particular the police and the fire department.
And I just want to say, City Manager, I wasn't referring to this administration or even the prior. The criticism was not directed there at all. It really is just pointing out today. I mean, I think we have choices today. And if there was any criticism, I think it's just at ourselves up here who have to make decisions moving forward. But there was no intention of any criticism of this administration or the prior administration. It really is focusing on today and the decisions we have as a council when we're in closed session making decisions. That's where if there's a criticism, it's there, and it's today. It's not what happened in the past. And certainly the recession hit the city hard. I understand exactly what took place. It hit everybody hard. So I just want you to know that City Manager and the Mayor, it had nothing to do with this administration, but really us and the decisions we make today and this budget.
I just want to add a couple things. So, and I think, just to add to some of those comments and to what Bruce said, this is not unique to Fresno in terms of being able to hire fast enough. Cities across the state are experiencing the same challenges of hiring officers. I know, and I have colleagues out at San Jose, and they're at 1.2 million city. In terms of population, they only have 800 plus officers. They're under 900, where they should be over 1,000 because they do have 1.2 million. So it's not a unique problem to Fresno. It's across the board. And I do think that this council has demonstrated over the last few years and over the years that we are committed to restoring our public safety, both police and fire, to ensure that we provide, better services to our residents, that we improve quality of life, and that our neighborhoods are safe. And I think it's going to take time, but I think that we've demonstrated over the course of the years that we're trying to get there, and we will. I just wanted to ask, I know that we're in midst of negotiations with FPOA regarding salaries, and so I wanted to ask whether this budget takes into account, any potential increases. Does it forecast it? I know that you guys have put a forecast for 5 years. Does that 5-year forecasting include potential increases? And what are those?
I was having a little sidebar conversation with the council member. Could you?
Oh, I'm just asking. We're in midst of negotiations with
What'd you build
FPOA.
into the contract? Did you build into the?
Yeah,
We
are
built,
these built?
we
are
built
those-
in an assumption. I'm not going to publicly tell you what that is worth, but we have a proposal across the table, and this budget reflects that proposal that has been submitted to the FPOA for their consideration.
Okay, so it may be adjusted depending if it's higher or lower.
It could go
Okay.
up.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I wanted to follow up. Were you done, Councilman? All right. I wanted to go back. Bruce brought up a good point in when he was sharing his thoughts a few minutes ago. So, Chief, tell me about non-sworn personnel and how appropriate use of dollars can end up really helping your department in the non-sworn personnel.
Well, we had, during the recession, we did not lay off any police officers.
Right.
But we lost over 150 through attrition, and we're starting to gain those back. But at the same time, we did transfer employees to other departments, and we laid off civilian employees. In fact, we lost 260 civilians in our department alone, which was a 60% cut in civilian personnel. That was, we eliminated all of our cadets, all of our community service officers. We lost about 19 dispatchers, crime scene investigators, records clerks. Records went from about 64 clerks down to somewhere around 17. And so we have made some strides getting back some of the crime scene investigators, a handful, around 5 of those. We've gotten back some of the dispatchers. We've gotten back most of our cadets, but the other ones we've not. In fact, during this budget, we went through and did a civilian assessment, and just our request was for 34 civilian personnel for this budget year, and not able to fund any of those in this current budget. So we do know that we have some needs in terms of dispatchers, crime scene investigators, somebody that will take a grant that we received on a NIBIN machine to run ballistics on shell casings, somebody to do the analysis on that for us. We got the machine coming, but no bodies to do the work. And so those types of things, our records clerks, our community service officers that were out in the field handling the lower level calls for service. Those are the areas that we're lacking in today.
Let me focus on the CSOs just for a minute, and I may have overlooked it. I haven't seen an update about that. I might not have read on the right page. Are you asking, does this budget include an increase in CSOs?
No, the budget does not include an increase in any civilian personnel. It does include civilian personnel that rolled off of a grant, particular grants. There were a few of those that the general fund does pick up, though. But in terms of any new positions being added to the department civilian-wise, as the city manager said, we were unable to get those funded.
Didn't we add some CSOs in last year's budget? Or was that 2 years ago? I can't remember. I thought we brought back several.
No.
We did not.
The answer is no, because I believe we only have 5 CSOs in the whole department.
Okay. And then when you're talking about investigative officers, you're not talking about investigative personnel. Those are not CSOs.
I'm sorry, we actually have 6 CSOs in the department.
6 CSOs in the department.
So community service officer is a civilian employee that's not been through the academy.
Right.
They are the ones that that are utilizing a variety of functions, but primarily putting them in police cars. They go out and they handle calls, vehicle burglaries, they process crime scenes. We're utilizing our cadets for that today. The challenge for us with the cadets, although it gives them good experience, we're continually taking those same cadets that we train to go out and handle those types of calls, and then we put them through the academy.
Right.
And then we train a new batch. And so the CSOs gives you consistency in terms of having that group of individuals out there day in and day out to be able to handle those types of calls.
Yeah, and I've said this almost every year during budget that, about 15 years ago I got broken into when we had CSOs, and Councilman Bredefeld, this relates a little bit to what you were talking about. And I got broken into, and I was responded to by a CSO, and really it felt like the department was responding, and it wasn't a sworn officer with a gun, but they came out and they took fingerprints and they did all those things that the citizens expect to be done. And so, they really do fill a role, and they would really fill the role that you're talking about of the community feeling. Now CSOs essentially make about half of what an officer makes. Is that right?
Actually, a little less than that. I'd say they're probably around 40%, somewhere near.
40% of and
an
you're
officer.
not asking.
You can hire about 2 to 2.5 community service officers for every officer.
And we're having a heck of a time filling the officer slots. And Councilmember Soria talked about this 20 minutes ago, but it's really true. We're going to project to hire 825 officers. We're going to tell the public the mayor's going to make an announcement when this budget's passed. yay, the city of Fresno's budgeted for 825 officers. The real truth that we have to deal with is we haven't even met last year's goal of the amount of officers that we budgeted for. And I would love to hear a conversation, Bruce, about hiring some CSOs that we can get on the books quickly and they don't take quite the training of putting people through the academy, and they don't, they're 40% of the budget of an officer, but we could probably hire them faster, and they would start to respond to some of these community demands and needs that we all hear about.
Are you suggesting that we reduce the number of sworn positions?
I would like to hear about, well, for starters, with the knowledge that the reality is we're not going to get to 825 sworn officers by the time we're sitting in these seats next year. We'll be, in my opinion, with the attrition rate being what it is, even if there's a new and better contract for FPOA, we're going to push as hard as heck to get to last year's projection at 804. So
then the trade-off is then that we would also adjust the attrition savings accordingly.
Well, yeah, and that's why I want the discussion. So I'd like to probably meet with you in the next week and talk about that, because and I'd like council to consider that we'd be meeting the needs and the demands of our community if we got more bodies responding. And I think if somebody gets their garage broken into this day and age, they would understand if it's not an officer that comes out and spends 45 minutes to an hour with them. They would understand that. They know that we've got violent crime that those officers need to be a part of. But what they really don't like is they get no response, and they have to go through the internet, and it's very discouraging. And I mean, everybody up here knows I got broken into twice last year, and I didn't go through the whole rigmarole of detailing everything that was stolen and all that stuff. People get tired of that. So I think that we should maybe look at community service officers. So the chief is supportive of you're supportive of the role that they have in your department, right? I mean, you are. I mean, you're not going to say no, but...
Oh, absolutely. I think civilian personnel are vital within our organization. They provide those functions that otherwise either don't get done or an officer has to do them, one of the two.
Right. And you agree with me that the reality is that although we're going to budget for 825 and we're going to tell the community that we're really going to struggle to get to the 804 that we're currently budgeted for.
Let me just say this. The 825 are not 825 starting July 1.
Right.
The 825 is by the end of the next fiscal year. So the reality is the 825, you minus 15 for those that are always in the academy. Mm-hmm. Okay, we always have, there's never a problem sending 15 to the academy. In fact, right now we have 19 in the academy. And so there's 810 that we need to fill. And 12 of those aren't till next May. Right. So if you back those out, we're looking at 798 officers that we have to fill. Well, that's 36 more than we currently have this morning.
And then you add the other 9. They're coming from FACTS, and FACTS isn't going to fund CSOs.
Yeah. Well, I understand.
And I guess, and we should have maybe a sidebar, because I think, and the chief and I were talking about this last night, one of the challenges and the reason our officers can't respond to somebody who has a break-in is because they're busy going to other locations to deal with things such as vagrants.
Yeah.
And we know that we can chase that problem all over town as we have. And I know in my discussions with Councilmember Baines, what we really need to get to is the root cause. We need to get to, and I know there are ordinance coming forward to deal with the impacts of recycling centers. We know that we have an ordinance coming forward to deal with these grandfather old CUPs and single sale alcohol sales. if this council can find its way to take some hard decisions when it comes to dealing with things such as recycling centers and these other locations that are generating an inordinate amount of calls for service, a West Shaw Estates that generates 711 calls for service, and being far more aggressive with our legal strategy when it comes to that homeowners association, our officers would actually have time to be able to deal with some of this other thing. But until we start addressing the root cause of why our officers are going from call to call to call to call, adding more CSOs isn't going to really address the underlying issue. And the underlying issue are what is the cause of these repeat high propensity locations, and deal with that.
I certainly agree. Totally agree with that.
Can I just add something?
Please.
This might help clarify. So if you look at the way our budget is set up, yes, it's 825 officers, back out the 15 for the academy, and now you're at 810.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at what we're budgeted at 97.8% of our salary, which is a total of 796 officers. Today we're at 762. That's 34 more. 22 of those we have to hire by August, 12 of those by next May. That's very doable. Very doable for us as an agency. What I'm having difficulty time doing is controlling not the hiring, but the attrition factor.
Right, exactly.
I cannot predict an attrition factor. I can't tell you today how many people will leave this department the next year. But I can tell you, if we factor in 3 per month leaving, we'll hit that number.
Okay, Chief. Now, and Bruce, I get what you're saying. I want to have a follow-up conversation with you. But Chief, these community service officers are not feel-good people. They're not walking out and telling the homeowner, I empathize with you. They're going out and taking reports. They're going out and taking fingerprints. They're doing stuff when they're out there. They're not just saying, hey, we feel sorry for you.
Well, and I'll just tell you this. The people handling those calls today are either police officers or they're not being handled. At any given time in our city, we have 200 calls waiting to be handled by officers or cadets. On a weekend, that number jumps, as it did this Saturday at 3 a.m., 300 calls waiting to be handled by officers. By that morning at 8 a.m., it went down to 249 calls. By 4 p.m. that day, it was back up to 299. So those are the calls that people are waiting for, generally burglaries, thefts from property. So they're being handled, but it's sometimes handled a day or two later, unfortunately.
And Chief, how many, and I don't expect you to, because you probably didn't expect to talk about CSOs as much as we are right now, but in general, how many calls can a CSO handle in a day?
In a 10-hour shift, depending on the complexity of the call, it's not uncommon for them to handle probably 8 to 10. You can probably handle one per hour if you do the call, if you give that call the proper attention.
Sure. That's kind of what it was like when I needed CSOs back in the day, or when they responded to me. It was about an hour.
Yes.
They took some fingerprints and
write the report. Process the evidence. Yes.
And then it's safe to say that they're doing two effective things. They're interacting with the public, the people that feel that their tax dollars are going to law enforcement, so that the people get to meet a person. They're not wearing a gun, but they've got a uniform. They look sharp, and they do stuff when they're there.
Yes.
They're not just wasting time. And then that also, in turn, frees up some of what your officers are currently doing.
That's correct.
Right.
Accurate.
Okay. All right, Bruce, with that in mind, I want to take a meeting with you, but I'm kind of interested in looking a little bit further down that concept. Thanks, Chief.
Okay. If that's you would. Okay.
Well, I thought I was out and they pulled me back in, so I didn't have a lot to comment on this topic, because I think the police department is doing fine, and I think your budget's fine. I think we always want to do more, Chief, but
yes.
With the direction the discussion went, I feel it necessary to make a couple comments. We spent the last hour or so talking about public safety and what have you, and it's important. It is the single most important thing in a community is public safety. I mean, it is number one. I mean, and I know Councilmember Bredefield, you made that comment. I think we all say that. But let me remind council that, one, the entire burden of public safety does not fall on the police department. And I think we need to start saying that. Candidly, we expect so much from police officers that really are well beyond their control. And the burden of the entire public safety apparatus does not fall just on the shoulders of the police department. There are things that we, as a body and this council, need to be doing to support public safety. When I first came to this council, I tried to explain to people that public safety is more than just a police officer or a firefighter. It is the quality of life. It is our parks. It is making sure we have recreation activities. It is making sure we have proper lighting. Public safety spans an entire range of things that we, as the leadership of this city, need to be contemplating and thinking about. And I'm going to tell you something. We fall short in that. And so in the last couple of days, I've been having a great discussion with our city manager and our city attorney on strategic policy changes that we need to implement to help our police officers be able to actually do some of the things we're asking them to do. In some cases, our police officers are simply just handcuffed because we haven't given them the proper tools. We need to change that. And I can tell you I'm going to be bringing forth a suite of issues to hopefully aid our police officers, code enforcement officers, firefighters in the things that we're asking them to do. But it goes further than that. The real issue is we need to have a firmer commitment to the quality of life issues in this city for our residents. There's a reason why crime exists. People are trying to eat, they're trying to feed themselves. We need to be vigilant in making sure that we are moving people into the workforce out of poverty so they are not enticed to commit crime. We don't spend enough time talking about that. I know, I'm the guy that always is talking about moving people into the workforce, but you want to know the biggest public safety help we can offer our police department, so we don't have to have 1,000 officers, or what happens when we get 1,000? We're just going to say we want 2,000, and then we're going to put more, on our police officers. We'll have one on every corner. The best way we can help our police department in this city is fighting poverty. That is the best public safety medicine that exists, and sadly, we do not spend enough time talking about that as a part of the public safety apparatus. So I appreciate, hey, I'm with you. I want to make sure our police officers or our police department is fully funded. We need to do that. Absolutely. But if the conversation is absent of talking about all the other strategies that we need to put in place to be a part of the public safety fix, we're missing it. We're completely missing the big picture. And everybody wants to stop with the police department as the water's edge of public safety when there's so much more that goes into that. So, Chief, as has been stated a number of times, we appreciate the job of our men and women in blue every single day, putting their lives on the line for us. But, Chief, it's about time that you all start asking more of us, too. And that's fair. You all know that, listen, there are remedies out there that are beyond just putting a cop in someone's face or arresting somebody or buying 5 beds, 10 beds, 15 beds, right? Yes. And it's okay for you all, in my opinion, it's okay for you to say that. Maybe you won't, but I will. We need to be helping our police department and our firefighters, our code enforcement officers. We need to be helping them more by having actual public safety strategies and not just conversations about hiring more cops. So anyway, sorry for the long dialogue, but I heard my friend Bruce Rudd. You riled me up, and I needed to say that because it's bigger than just putting cops on the street. There's more that we need to be doing here, and we need to be thoughtful about it. And listen, I'm gonna be bringing some stuff forward for you guys, and we'll fuss and fight about it up here. But trust me, it will all be for public safety in a broader context.
For my conversation I'm having on the CSOs, Chief, I want to be reminded, what is the cost of a single officer to the city of Fresno annually?
I think the 116 is the cost of that salary, fringe, benefit. I think pension obligation bond is part of that. That's an add-on. That's probably another 9. And then about 10,400 per officer for equipment.
Thank you.
Huh? About an officer? About 116 plus pension obligation bond, which it's divided equally amongst the departments. So I don't know, somewhere around 9 right now, 9,000. 125, yeah. I think you're right, about 125, and then all in. What step is that, Renee? That's F. That's top. So that's not what we're bringing him in at.
Right.
We're bringing him in at B step, but that's still 125 is going to be in that arena.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Council, the screen is clear, so no one is punched up. Chief, thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, I was reminded by the city clerk that obviously in these budget hearings, it's important to involve the public. We'd like to invite the public to come up and speak. Because of time constraints, we're going to go ahead and do 2 minutes per comment. But we have 1, 2, 3 items. So if anyone's out there who wishes to speak on the city attorney's office, the police department, or the fire department, please come forward. I guess, city attorney, it's we began with general fund overview. Was that just like a workshop, like kind of an introduction?
Yes.
So okay, so we'll go ahead and solicit public comment for 3 items: the city attorney's office, the police department, or the fire department. Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and close public comment for those items, but we will have public comment again for the Parks Department and also the City Clerk's office. So if you're here and you wish to speak on those items, you will be more than welcome to. So at this time, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff to introduce Parks, After School Recreation, and Community Services. Okay, I skipped the Fire Department. Fire Department? Yes. Okay, take it away.
Can you do lunch, Clint?
Okay, so just in terms of planning, do you folks want to go straight through, or do you want to break for 90 minutes and then come back? That gets kind of problematic. Folks get hungry.
About 1 hour instead of 90.
Take a 1-hour lunch instead of 90-minute lunch. I think folks want to take a break. You're the only one that wants to work all the way through. You want to work through? Where you at, Oliver? You want to work through or take a break? No, we take an hour-long break? All right, looks like.
I don't want to be the only one.
All right, we're going to take a 1-hour break, which is shorter than the 90-minute break. This will give folks a chance to regenerate and use the bathroom and come back fresh. So we'll see everyone back here to begin at 1.
They are a general funded department. They also have some funding from SAFER grants. Their total budget is $69.6 million this year, or next year, change from FY17 of 1.5%. Their general fund budget is at $60 million, also a change of 1.5%. Their total full-time equivalent positions is 381.75, which is an increase of almost 5 FTE, and the total position count is 382. Their sworn count is 334. As far as their service impacts, there is some decrease in their revenues, primarily due to the completion of the SAFER 13 grant. There is also a $72,000 increase in inspection revenue anticipated from an additional supervising fire prevention inspector that is proposed for FY18. Also, as far as their contingencies, as I mentioned before in the general fund overview, $700,000 has been included in their contingency due to the termination of the North Central Fire contract. This, however, will be changed to reflect 9 months of funding instead of 6 months as we go onward with our negotiations. As far as expenditures, there are several things that have been included in the fire department's budget. There are full costs associated with the operation and maintenance of the Safer 15 truck that was approved last year. We also have $441,000 for the 8-year apparatus replacement that is ongoing. And also we have $200,000 for the 3rd year of additional SART training. We also have $140,000 to implement the fitness and wellness testing for the sworn safety staff, and $140,000 to perform a facilities condition assessment for all the fire department facilities. Lastly, we also have $156,000 for the 2nd year of the personal protective equipment replacement program, which was begun last year. As far as the personnel changes, we have one additional position proposed, which is a permanent supervising fire prevention inspector. The cost of this position is $64,500. We also have additional amounts budgeted in appropriations for shift replacement for the North Central Fire contract, and also for workers' compensation due to its increasing costs anticipated for next year. That summarizes my presentation of the fire department. If we have any additional questions, the chief and her staff are here to address those. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, let's go ahead and go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the city's budget on the fire department? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and return to council. Chief, is there anything you'd like to add, or you want to wait for council members?
I'll just touch briefly on the progress we've continued to make in the fire department. We are continuing to change the behavior and belief of our members and our training efforts following the outcome of the SART report and those recommendations. I want to note that we're continuing to turn over our apparatus and change our fleet out to upgrade that to newer, more reliable apparatus. The Pinnacle Wellness Edition in this budget, continuation rather, is significant to our members. It was a tremendous asset we realized through those fitness trainings and wellness testing. We were able to stop the progress of 2 cancer cases and 2 cardiac emergencies. And so those were significant, and we continue to hope to continue that progress. You know, the fire department, as mentioned by Councilmember Baines, is another very key part of public safety. Right now, our Achilles heel seems to be this North Central contract. We have about 26 vacancies. We wouldn't be having those. We would be having a drill school by this time to try and repopulate those relief pools. But we're kind of in a holding pattern having to do that. That being said, that puts our relief pool numbers at 0 across the board for captains, engineers, and firefighters, which will realize more mandatory overtime opportunities for our members. Just to put in perspective, in 2009, the department had 82 firefighters within the city. We ran priority 2 medical emergencies were a little least threatening, life-threatening. About 10,000 of those a year. And we ran 44,000 calls. Today, we have 77 firefighters on duty. We do not run priority 2 medical calls, essentially 10,000 additional calls, but we run 44,000 on an annual basis, and we are projected and on pace to run about 48,000 this year. I support the budget and the challenges that the mayor and manager have with trying to fund all of the departments and their ongoing growth. That being said, any department director would have, has many unmet needs, and I hope to bring forward some opportunities in the near future that this council would consider funding some of those. With that, I'm opening it up to questions.
Well, the screen is clear, so
Chief,
there we go.
just really quick. So last Friday, I had a chance to go out to the North Central station, do a little visit. I was going to have lunch with our firefighters out there, and lo and behold, a call came in. And so I was asked if I would like to ride along the call, and I said absolutely yes. And so I got a chance to actually go out to a site. This is by Kearney Park, I think it's Councilmember Baines' area, but it was very educational to see our firefighters out there full force and what that meant. I got a chance to find out what the color of the hats mean out there on the job site. But I wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit on that, the safety officer position, because I had a chance to chat with one of I think it's one individual that we have out there, and I think there's a lot of value in learning from the operations and how our firefighters do out there. But if you could just elaborate a little bit on exactly what this position means and how it's helping improve our model within the fire department.
Well, the safety officer position is not in this budget. It's one of those unfunded needs. But that position is a 56-hour position. We proposed it as 3 captains. They rotate, and what that position does is respond, and it meets, it meets 16 of the 166 SART recommendations, and would respond as an additional minimum daily staffing position to every fire emergency. It's required by NIOSH and ISO, Insurance Service Office, NFPA, to have a safety officer at all scenes, a designated position. Right now we are filling that with a battalion chief that shows up, the secondary battalion chief, and or if we have a training officer that is available in a 40-hour position, they will go and respond to that emergency. But again, that's between the hours of Monday through Friday and let's say 7 to 5. It also is a position that handles DECO, which is our infectious control officer. So when a firefighter gets an exposure at a medical emergency or another emergency, we have to shepherd them immediately to the hospital to get treatment. Right now that position is being, or that function is being handled by a battalion chief, a secondary battalion chief, and or this 40-hour position. This would give us a 56-hour, 24 hours a day safety officer. It meets the additional firefighter on duty, which would take us to 78. And it's something that we would, like to, add to our deployment model going forward.
Sure. Could you talk a little bit about the data piece that this officer collects? I didn't get a chance to go in depth with the firefighter out there, but I know that there's a lot of value in collecting this data, because I think from what I understand, it helps us improve how our firefighters out there are actually fighting these fires.
Well, if you're talking or referring to our safety and wellness officer, which is a 40-hour position right now, that person is in charge of collecting our data on injuries. He at this time shepherds our members through a workers' comp injury and tries to get them back to the field as soon as possible. Helps them with our insurance and workers' comp process. Collects the data on where our injuries are at, what kind of injuries, assists with the Pinnacle and Wellness, and has just been a tremendous asset. It's a position that was funded by by the council, I want to say at least 3, if not 4 years ago, and has been very successful.
Thank you, Chief. I just wanted to share that with my colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chief, really quick over here. So definitely want to echo the sentiments of my colleague. We appreciate the job that you're doing. I think that it goes without saying that this council supports our fire department very much, and we appreciate the job that you all do. I've said that a number of times, and the same is true this budget year. And You know, while I know there's a lot of talk about PD being public safety, just know that I think it's fair to say that we all recognize that the fire department is as much of an instrumental piece of our public safety apparatus in this city as the police department. So thank you for the job that you all do. I wanted to just ask really quickly, you mentioned the 26 vacancies because of the North Central fire issue. Can you kind of talk through that a little bit so I can understand that better?
Well, typically we average about 15 vacancies, but we have attrited several folks for some time. And the concern is to hire a class to refill the relief pool and then have the North Central agreement not be worked out. And then we have about 36 firefighters to absorb into the relief pool, and or another option would be put them on companies. That being said, that costs money to create a new company. So we were very cognizant to not bring on too many more folks that we don't have spots for in the end of 9 months. And we're trying to find a balance point. We may not be able to go too much further without having to hire a class of 10 or so just to refill some of the relief pool to about 2 in each rank.
And what should the relief pool be at that gives you comfort?
The relief pool in the agreement is at 6 captains, 6 engineers, and 9 firefighters. We have typically in the last last year and a half, 2 years, hovered around 3 in each rank. So we agreed to go up to 6, 6, and 9. Right now we're at zeros. We have gone below that into the negative numbers, which the agreement also lets us go to -6, -6, and -9. I don't want to be that low. Nobody wants to be that low. That's just too much required work, mandatory work for our firefighters, and you're going to get someone hurt that way. Right.
So if I'm hearing you right, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what you really need is a new company.
Well, yes. Any
I know Bruce
chief,
is gonna.
Any fire chief would say absolutely, and I totally agree.
Yeah.
This department, I've been consistent on that. This city, we need 100 firefighters on duty each day.
And we're at 77 right now?
We're at 77. So all that being said, there's a limited amount of revenue to do everything the city wants to do. And the fire department is just one piece of that. But absolutely, we need more firefighters and more companies. Now, the challenge is North Central has these 36 bodies, and no one wants to see a firefighter laid off either. And so when we absorb those, if we cannot work this out with North Central, we need to find places for these 36 positions. In addition to these other vacancies which we have, I just don't want us to have an overinflated relief pool because we do work something out and now we have 10, 10, and 15 in the relief pool.
So, Bruce, and let me have you weigh in a little bit on just the thoughts about the North Central issue. I think we've all been clear about where we're at as a council, and but I do think it's worth discussing what happens when we bring those firefighters back home. We don't want to see a single firefighter laid off, quite like no one does. In your mind, kind of how do we navigate that?
Well, that is the underlying challenge. One, there's an assumption in the budget that these firefighters are going to come back to the city, and as a result, it's $1 million increase in the fire department's budget to cover those, because as you said, no one wants to lay off a firefighter. The downside of that is that, as the chief pointed out, the relief pool, depending on where they are with vacancies, and yes, we're using some of those vacancies and salary savings right now to cover some expenses that we incurred this year. Bring those firefighters over to, let's say, our side of the ledger, you all of a sudden have an inordinate amount of people who are available to work every day, and as a result, it has a direct impact on the operation from an overtime perspective. So the firefighters, there would be less overtime opportunities, and that is kind of the rub. conversely, we can't continue to go with the North Central agreement that's basically we're subsidizing fire protection services to the tune of $1.3, $1.5 million annually. So the way we looked at it is that, well, we could spend $1 million more and bring 36 or 46 firefighters back over to our side of the ledger, knowing that we're going to be kind of overstaffed, but no one wants to lay off anybody. Or we can continue to lose $1.5 million. And I will remind council, we are projected at even with 9 months, we're going to have a $4+ million deficit that at some point in time, someone's going to have to write a check to cover. We have I guess what we would used to have called it, we'll have a $4 million negative fund balance that the general fund is going to have to write a check to pay back over time.
So let me ask you, Bruce, if we just bring the fire, I mean, when we ultimately bring these firefighters back home, and whether it's you, Chief, or Bruce, whoever answers this is fine, is it because we're not creating a new company that creates the staffing issue?
If we create a new company rather than $1 million expense, it's a $1.8 million expense. Because we have to find, you're increasing the daily staffing or daily minimum staffing. So when you create those additional shifts, you're going to incur that additional expense because you'll have to backfill for those expenses. That's what the pool is for. So we looked at that, and quite honestly, given the conversation we just had about an hour or so ago, there is not another $800,000 to create another company. Not with everything else that we're competing with right now.
Okay, this is and I wanted to tease this all out. I think we need to really understand the decisions we'll be making, and these decisions are going to come quick. They're going to be falling on our laps here in the next few months with the North Central Agreement and really what to do. And we also want to be mindful of not impacting the quality of life for our firefighters. I mean, obviously we want to be mindful of that, but there's a cost to that of $800,000 ongoing cost, that, in addition to the million.
In addition to what we already have budgeted at $1 million.
And so we already assumed this year we tucked away $1 million because I'm assuming we knew we were going down this course, so we at least set that money aside. But the additional $800,000 is not really what we're contemplating. Well, I don't have an answer for that. It definitely bears a much deeper discussion, in my opinion, because I'm not going to be prepared to lay off any firefighters, particularly when we're already with a staffing shortage. And at the same time, I also want to be mindful of the quality of life that our firefighters expect from the way the operations are managed. So I don't envy you, Chief, or City Manager and incoming City Manager. I don't envy you all. This is a tough call.
Yeah, the best solution would be for North Central to come to the table and recognize the cost of providing this service and move forward with an agreement that reflects those costs, rather than continue to extend the process and delaying the conversation that we have to have that's been delayed now for well over a year and a half.
Well, I couldn't agree more, City Manager. With that, has there been any discussion about North Central coming to the table and recognizing the fact of that we subsidize them?
We pointed that out to the representatives of North Central well over a year and a half ago. It has not done anything to help create the sense of urgency for them to come to the table to negotiate an agreement that all we're asking for is to just simply
break even,
pay the cost of providing the service.
Yeah, sure.
It'd be no different if they were providing the service, but for whatever reason, as they pointed out to me, I wasn't in the room when the deal was done. But I can tell you that the day the deal got inked was the day we were already behind the 8 ball.
All right, fair enough. Thanks, Chief. Those are my questions.
Can I just add, and maybe more clarification to what Oliver was just talking about with so best case scenario, Central ends up, upholding or figuring out a contract with us at what we think would be a good deal for us, right, at cost. What happens with the money that we've allocated?
Well, if North Central was to agree to a deal, there'd be two options. One, we'll still have, unless North Central also agrees to pay that over time, you'll have a $3 to $4 million deficit that still needs to be paid back at some point. So you could allocate the $1 million in savings to recover that, to pay that expense, that liability, or it's general fund that could be used for other purposes. But at some point, you still have a $3 to $4 million cost that needs to be recovered.
And where is that in the?
It's parked basically in the pool, in the treasury pool.
In the budget, where does that reflect? Where is that reflective in the budget? The deficit that he's talking about.
The deficit is The deficit is reflected in the North Central Fund, and I can point that out to you. Actually, it's on page A74 or B74, excuse me. It's a part of the fire department's budget, and you'll note under special revenue, you'll see that there the negative $2.7 million negative beginning balance. So that is the beginning negative balance.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, a couple things. One, I really like the $140,000 for the fitness wellness testing. You said you found 2 firefighters who already had cancer from that
Correct.
program.
Yep. Early stage cancer, caught it, they're getting taken care of.
Yeah, that's an excellent program. And not much I would add on the North Central, other than I hope, like the city manager says, they recognize the value that they're getting in having Fresno City firefighters provide their service, because it's not going to be the same thing. I don't know what they're going to do if they lose the contract. I guess they can go to the Shaver Lake Volunteer Fire Department and ask them to come and provide protection, but it's not going to be quite the same thing. So I'm not sure what they're waiting for or looking for, but they will make a big mistake if they don't recognize the value that they have. A couple of questions on when you go out for a service call, you and I were talking about this in the office, on a medical issue, and you were saying that you have a truck that comes out. You were thinking about having some other kind of vehicle because of the cost. Can you talk just a bit about that?
Sure. At some point, this organization needs to move into an improved service delivery model for medical emergencies, which is a squad, smaller, quicker, rapid response vehicle. It could be an SUV. It doesn't carry any water, but it has 2 professional firefighters on it. Likely upgraded ALS, advanced life support skills, paramedic, one of them being a paramedic. And they can run in and out of a district, maybe 2 districts, much quicker and faster, in partnership with the ambulance company, which is American Ambulance. Take care of and triage that emergency and get ready to pick up the next call. The value of that is obviously the speed and efficiency of a smaller squad, but also the reduced wear and tear on an apparatus. You don't have to run a 40 or 80,000 pound piece of equipment, stop and start it to a medical emergency. You can keep that piece of equipment parked longer. It would sit next to an engine or a truck, this squad. It would never be a standalone piece of equipment. You want to have those 2 firefighters along with an engine or a truck, but they would be running calls all day. A very busy unit. This is not new to this fire department, and it happened 25 years ago. That same model was being used. It is a model that's used throughout the country, and it's a much more efficient tool for our community.
Okay, but that's not something you've requested in this budget?
It's not in this budget. It's in phases. There's steps that we have to. That's like step C. Okay. We have to do step A, which is realize another 4-person truck company in this city. We used to have we have increased to 3 more units, 2 company houses from the downturn. We have 2 more to go at least, and that would get us back to the 81 firefighters on duty each day, one short of our high in the Corps. At that time, you need paramedic training for a handful of firefighters, not all, and then you would implement the following year the squad concept. So it would be within the next, my hope is within the next 3 years to get that going down the road, but it's only going to improve our efficiency and our service delivery.
Okay. And right now, when there is a medical emergency, you have how many firefighters go out to deal with it?
Our companies run 3 or 4 firefighters, depending on the apparatus.
Okay. And they meet American Ambulance out there.
Correct.
And American Ambulance wants you to be out there.
Absolutely.
Okay. But we don't charge American Ambulance or anybody for that service at this point.
At this point, we're not.
Okay. And you and I had talked about charging them for that service. It would seem that that's a service they want. And again, you have the Fresno's Finest coming out to help and assist. I imagine you're performing all kinds of life-saving operations and assisting. Do you have any data on that, on what actually happens with that?
Well, like I said, we only run on priority 1 medical emergencies. Those are the most life-threatening: heart attack, long fall, or difficulty breathing, chest pain. If an emergency is going on, firefighters need to be there to assist and package that patient up and get them in the ambulance and sometimes ride with them into the hospital. We are looking at and hope to do that in 2018 is ask the county to help pay for some of just a small fee to help offset some of our costs. It's not significant, but we're going from 0 for the last pick a year, 30, 40 years, $0 in revenue, to possibly getting some revenue from the county through this contract with American Ambulance for our EMS service.
So this would be you asking the county or American Ambulance?
Well, it's the county, but the county has a contract with the provider. American was the only bidder for the contract and are going to be awarded that contract, or have been, and it'll start in 2018.
Okay. And do you have a figure in terms of what you're going to ask for?
Right now it's $6. I mean, it was less than that, but $6. And they will provide all of our EMT training.
Okay, $6 per time you go out?
Per dispatch.
Per dispatch, $6 from the county. And that's, how many times do you do that a year?
I'm going to guesstimate conservatively 20,000 times a year.
20,000. Do you know other contracts that exist between other counties and cities for the same kind of service and what they charge?
None.
It does exist, though.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And Bruce, I'm wondering about this because the chief and I talked about this. She's going to ask for the $6 each time we go out there, but you got firefighters and performing life-saving operations. I'm wondering why it's not $60 every time we go out. I mean, I know it's always fighting over dollars from the county and the city, but when we're looking for sources of revenue, this is, to me, not unlike North Central. We're providing a service, and we're getting nothing for it. No monetary reimbursement for this. It just seems insane to me. We're always looking for new sources of revenue. We're providing these quality services. We're saving lives, and we're doing it for free.
So I think it becomes a philosophical question. First of all, the chief said she needs at least 2 more companies for this to happen, and then there's another step about meet and confer.
Well, not for this to happen.
Well, not for this.
No.
But the $6, if they can charge a fee, but going much above that, and we've had conversations about charging every time one of our units roll at the fully burdened cost. But then that becomes are the taxpayers paying twice now? Now there's comments have been made that, well, it's not really the taxpayer, it's the insurance company that'll pay the tab for that call. Mm-hmm. But it's still going to be it'll be buried in your premium. But as far as the $6, if American is willing to absorb that, they're going to pass that on to somebody, probably going to be somebody's insurance company. But we can certainly look at that and what that's going to generate.
Yeah, but one can make the same argument with North Central. I mean, there are people paying taxes on those. And they can
make the same logical argument anytime a police officer shows up.
Yeah. And so I mean, we're all competing for the same dollars. If there's a service that the city's providing, the city ought to be reimbursed for it. I mean, that's all I'm saying. And as we're
Just a note, the county, just having this conversation with them, they believe that the market won't bear much more of a fee. That the fee already is significant from what American charges. It's not exorbitant compared to other counties, and so to add or tack on another $160, whatever it may be, they felt like that's not even in the ballpark of what this community can afford.
well, then maybe they don't want the service. It's kind of like Central Unified. I mean, or North Central. It's the same kind of thing. I mean, they're paying for a service that you're providing, and one could argue the same thing. Maybe there's not enough money to do it. I just think, when you have a truck come out, you have firefighters come out, it's costing the citizens of Fresno money every time they do. It's providing a quality service, and they're not getting reimbursed for it.
Was the $6, Chief, was that just an arbitrary number then, or was there a study done to get to that $6?
No, there wasn't any study done. They, said, how about, $5? I mean, they hadn't, this was not ever on their radar in the amount of years, help me, that these guys were in here longer than I have. Not even on the radar. And we inserted ourselves and said, we provide and assist you with EMS in this community, and we'd like to realize some revenue stream for that effort. And so that's how it kind of landed.
Well, when somebody's insurance, so somebody has like a life-threatening respiratory problem or something, and they go down for the count in the middle of one of our streets. And then we go out, and so does an ambulance. And our fire truck's there, an ambulance is there. Our trained firefighters are there. The EMTs from the ambulance are there, or the paramedics. So then, when that person's insurance coverage sees what happened to their client, I think they reimburse the trip from the ambulance to the hospital, right? So they're going to reimburse that. So a lot of people are getting reimbursed except for us if it goes to an insurance payoff. What is there times when no insurance is involved? I'm assuming there is.
Absolutely. They have a lot of it's not non-payer, I guess that could be the term, where they don't realize any return on their ambulance ride because there's...
So American Ambulance just eats the cost of their whole ride, and we eat the cost as well.
They pass it on
Correct.
to everyone else.
What's that?
They pass it on to everybody else.
They pass it on to everybody else. So what if we targeted the times where insurance is involved? And it should be more than $6.
We did a study on that 3 years ago, and it's probably $135, and the idea was to charge for our service, and there wasn't really a traction to move that forward because it's a fee to our citizenry. So yes, it is a lot more, but that's just not where the county thought that there was enough support and/or the community can't support that increased fee of $60 or $50 on top of whatever the current fee is for an ambulance ride.
Well, it seemed, are you done?
No, go ahead.
It would seem to me that most people who are in cardiac arrest or have some serious illness would like either a firefighter or American Ambulance to show up as quickly as they can. And at that point, they're not worried about the $135. They're worried about trying to live. And it would seem to me that we ought to figure out a way that we can bill either the county, American Ambulance, or the insurance company, somebody, for the professionals that are coming out to save lives. I don't think it's a free service we should be providing. There's a cost to this, as Bruce will point out. There's obviously a cost when you got firefighters in a truck coming out, and we ought to be providing that, and that revenue stream can help us provide other resources that you need. And we want to provide the resources that you need And this is, to me, is an easy, low-fruit opportunity because we're providing an excellent service for our citizens. And the county doesn't mind charging, American Ambulance doesn't mind charging, and the city of Fresno should also provide a fee for that kind of a service. It's a life-saving, critical service. So I'm not sure, Chief, I'm not sure if it's the city manager or who, or it's this council that says, hey, we need to be doing something different here and not just doing the same thing that we've been doing for 30 to 40 years, providing a quality service, saving lives, and doing it for free.
Can I ask a question along this line? This is an interesting discussion. How much does the county charge?
For an ambulance ride?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that there is the American Ambulance charges a fee.
Well, I
county
think the
charges-
question is how much does county fire charge when they roll,
Yeah.
or North Central charges when I guess you roll?
Charge the county?
When either the county fire district or North Central roll on a medical call.
Nothing.
Okay. So
the only entity that's so I'm sorry. So the only entity that's charges is American Ambulance? Is it?
Yes.
yes.
Oh, okay.
The contract, they call it the contract provider,
Right.
through the county. And the county goes out to bid for the ambulance provider. American was the only bidder. They were awarded the contract. They must deliver that service now.
And Chief,
County-
what does Clovis charge?
Mean a fee?
Yeah. So Clovis
To,
doesn't
to,
charge.
to American?
So Clovis, when Clovis rolls on a medical, they don't charge anything. When North Central rolls on a medical, they don't charge anything. When county fire, Shaver Lake Fire, but really county fire, I'm talking about Cal Fire, they don't charge anything. So what we're talking about is a fee now that we would charge that nobody else around us is charging, which goes back to, if we're going to have conversations, this might be a conversation we should approach the county on having, and then Clovis, rather than having these regional conversations in isolation of everyone else.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm definitely not opposed to the conversation. And an important point raised. I just wanted to ask. I mean, you said that they did the study, and we could charge $135 per visit. But in essence, that fee would just be passed on to our citizens, to our residents.
It would be directed only to insurance, those people that we come and provide service to that have insurance. So grandma that doesn't have insurance and we go and help her with her heart attack, it doesn't get, that bill isn't going to get paid. It gets kind of washed away. This has been done in other cities. Those that are covered through insurance, you go through their insurance and you get refunded through that process. So it's 20% of the medical calls that we go on. That same principle applies to American. Maybe 20% of their population are insurance, covered by insurance.
And that 20%, what do you have an estimate of what that number actually represents in the terms of calls? I mean, no, okay. All right. It's an interesting discussion. I'm not sure how much we can do during this budget cycle, but it in my opinion, is worth at least exploring, and if we can recapture some cost. Now, I'm going to tell you, just to be fair, I have a mixed mind about this because, in some essence, it is public safety, right? I mean, and this is what firefighters do. They save people's lives, So, to some degree, I don't want to be completely like American Ambulance because it's a for-profit company. So I want to draw that distinction too. They are a for-profit industry, and we aren't. And to some degree, this is what our communities become accustomed to, is our firefighters providing this service for a very unreasonable rate, I guess, is what it would be. So I think it's worth exploring, but just wanted to give my thoughts on the two minds that I have about it. I mean, I don't think we would, when I was a police officer, we not that we are trained as EMTs, but police officers get life-saving medals every year for saving folks' lives too. And no one would ever suggest that the police officer should, the PD should, leave a bill because we saved someone's life. So I don't want to, you know what I'm saying. So anyhow, good discussion, Councilmember. I think is probably at least worth exploring. I'd be curious to see what the actual numbers were, what an analysis would bring in, and also to see if actual costs would be passed on beyond the insurance company to our residents.
And just, I'm essentially done as well, but I just want to point out the county, you said, does an RFP for this, right? So they're paying American Ambulance, is that correct? They're not paying American Ambulance? They just put out the RFP, it gets billed to American Ambulance solely?
Yes.
Okay.
So American, or the county RFP said you're going to pay $6 to every fire department in the Fresno County area for their part in EMS response, in the EMS system, countywide. And so it's not just Fresno Fire that would realize that, but we're the biggest user of that system, if you will, so, or contributor to assisting them with our call volume. But Sanger, Clovis, North Central, all of those will also realize, a $6 per call for a priority 1 call. Clovis goes on priority 2s and 3s, but their call volume is different than ours.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is everyone done? All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your service. Your presentation as well. All right, the next one that we have, so just 2 more, folks.
Mr. President,
Yes.
we need to also get the public's input for fire.
I called for public during
do
fire. Yeah. No, we'll do parks.
The next department is Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. They are on page B93 of your budget book. They are general funded along with grants and other state and federal funds. Their total budget is $23.7 million. That is a decrease from last year. That is exclusively within capital. Their operating is actually increasing by 4.5%. Their general fund budget is $13.6 million, and their total position count is 74. As far as their service impacts, again, the intergovernmental revenue line item is declining by $3.8 million. This is primarily due to the completion of the Cultural Arts District Park and the Martin Ray Riley Park, and they got those reimbursements in 17, and of course that will not be repeated in 18. The charges for services line item is going up next year, primarily due to gate fees increasing by $350,000 due to the projected growth in attendance at regional parks. As far as expenditures, non-personnel expenditures, the FY17 amended included a one-time increase in primarily their capital budget of about $1.8 million. And so that is, if you will, artificially inflating their non-personnel charges. And so that has now been taken out for FY18. And so that's primarily the reason why the non-personnel expenditures are going down. They do have an additional $65,000 to fund the anticipated surface water charge for Woodward Park, and also some funds to replace an emergency generator at the Woodward Park Amphitheater. They also have additional funding in 18 for vehicles, for crew cabs, tractors, et cetera, et cetera. The total is about $23,600 for the first year lease payment on all of those items. They also have additional funding in their staffing towards providing the current service levels. It's about an additional $358,000 that will be added to their budget to keep up with the minimum wage increase and other increases in employee costs. There's also some additional monies for maintenance, temporaries for maintaining the parks, and also a decrease for capital project costs That was, again, tied into that $1.8 million one-time reso that was done back in FY18. That is the extent of my presentation for parks as far as their FY18 budget, and I believe the staff is here to address any questions that you may have about their program.
Thank you. Mr. Rudd, do you want to address the council now or go ahead and do public comment before we'll bring you back up? Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and go out to the public come forward. Please come forward. We're going to go ahead and do 2 minutes in the interest of time this afternoon. So public comment, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Please come forward. I have your yellow card, Carmen. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you will have the 2 minutes. About halfway through, you'll hear a chime. It doesn't mean you have to stop. It just means that you have a minute remaining. Good to see you.
Good to see you. And thank you very much for the work that you're doing to help the senior citizens of Fresno. We don't have a senior center yet, but we're moving in that direction. But this is more like an emergency. We have about 20 senior citizen exercise classes at Manchester Mall that are under the Fresno Unified School District, their Fresno Adult School System. And we're not respected. We are thrown aside all the time, and there's a lot of complaints about how we're treated, but we still have been having those classes. We almost didn't have any place to go, but thank you to Councilman President Clint Olivier, we have classes. Well, just a few weeks ago, they announced that they were doing away with summer classes, and there was a question about whether we were going to have any classes in the future. Thanks to some help from the Board of Trustees, we are having summer classes. But anyway, I came to ask for some assistance for a program, financial assistance. We may not have their support in the fall, but we need classes. There's about 400 seniors that take the classes. There would be more if people knew about them. They hide senior classes way back here so that nobody knows that they exist. They're not mentioned in the table of contents. They're not mentioned on the front of the catalog that's always 2 weeks late and doesn't go to every household in Fresno. So that's my point, that we need some assistance from the city of Fresno for the adult education. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen, for your comments. Stick around because I know that there will be a number of us, at least 2 of us, who are going to speak to your concerns directly. So thank you for your comment. Lucio, do you want to speak? Welcome.
My name is Lucio. I live at 4654 North Chestnut Avenue in District 4, and but I work in District 3. And basically, we were reviewing the budget yesterday, and we noticed that there's less money allocated for the parks this year. And I mean, that's, to us, it's really disappointing considering that I know a lot of you guys know that parks is a priority for our residents. Over and over again, we heard it. I guess I really want to go through seeing every single one. Paul, I really want to say thank you because I know Vinland Park has been improved, and I'm assuming that has to do with you advocating for that park. And that's my neighborhood park. I walk there 3 times out of the week. So thank you for that. And
we'll have the splash park will be opening
soon. Yeah, I saw that.
We have 13 outlets, and I'm hoping there's a centerpiece that's very attractive and appropriate to bring the children in. And I was going to bring this up later, but I think we need 2 more benches, don't you?
Yeah, you only have 2, I think. So yeah, we need more.
We can go on with that, but yes, thank you for the credit.
And thank you. And Esmeralda, I remember hearing you that park maintenance was something important to you. That I don't remember what hearing it was, but I remember you saying that park maintenance is something important, and they've heard that from your residents. I saw in the park budget, Steve, that there's $600K allocated for Woodward Park. Again, I'm assuming that's you fighting for it. That's awesome, and that, I guess that's really what I really want to see. I guess.
I like what you're doing. Really, Woodward Park is in Councilman Bredefeld's district.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Yeah. But it's really, but this is actually going to prove my point. To many of my residents, Woodward Park is their neighborhood park. I mean, we see a lot of people from District 2 walk their dogs to Woodward Park. So the real cool thing about parks is I also supported Vinland and Universally Accessible Park and Martin Ray Riley. So the park support runs the gamut of the whole council. Our most recent park is the Downtown District Park, or whatever we're calling it. And so my votes have been there for every park, really, almost no matter where they're located. I think we all realize that. So I understand, and I'm fighting for parks, and we have things conceptually that we need in my district that people are demanding that my colleagues don't hear about. But all of us are supporting each other's parks, you know. So when you're saying fight for parks, I'm fighting for Vinland Park as well.
What about for more maintenance? I know in 2008 there was 99 employees for the maintenance in parks, and in this year there's only 39, so less than half. And I think if we keep on putting off maintaining our parks, I know nobody likes to waste. If you don't take care of your parks, they're not going to last as long. So I feel like you guys wouldn't want to waste those kind of parks, and I really want you guys to support more maintenance. I really want to see the parks being taken care of, especially in our districts right here, Clint, Oliver, and Luis. You guys know, you guys already know the quality of parks that are in your districts. And unfortunately, there's, money's an issue and everything, but hopefully, I'm hoping that you guys could fight somehow to get some money. I know there has to be some money that you guys could get to put into more maintenance, and unfortunately, we do need in our districts with the residents I work with, they need a lot more maintenance, and they need to be taken care of more often.
Stick around. We'll address. This is going to be a good discussion, so we'll be addressing your concerns as well. So,
all right. Well,
thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council in terms of parks? Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Venice Curry, 312 West Valencia, Fresno, California, 93706. Good afternoon, Council. I just really wanted to speak in support of increasing the parks budget, because we know that parks are prevention and they also are engines to drive economic development. We know that if we want to invest in long-term solutions to improving public safety, public health, that parks is an excellent way to do it. And it troubles me that the parks budget for this fiscal year 18 is actually less than it was in 2017. So I would ask us to look at returning the budget to pre-recession levels, because it still has not been fully restored. And although the general fund continues to improve and has exceeded the pre-recession numbers, the parks budget has not been fully restored. Really only about 61% has been restored. That would go a long way towards addressing maintenance, towards building and construction, and towards improving our parks overall in all parts of the city. So I would encourage you to look at all the other options for increasing the general fund contribution to the Parks Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this budget item? Please come forward. Okay, last chance. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and return it to Council. Mr. Rudd, would you like to give us a couple of remarks, or just go ahead and begin answering questions?
Well, I can be more than happy to answer any questions. Just like the previous discussions we just had, there's a lot of need and not a lot of resources. This budget, from an operating standpoint, is relatively flat compared to the other two budgets that you just saw. The amount of appropriation set aside for ongoing operations is pretty much the same as it was last year. The additional resources that was identified by the last speaker was a one-time allocation as a result of the carryover coming in greater. But it is consistent with our commitment to invest in our older parks and to start whittling at a very, very long list of deferred investment by this organization. I would love, as a parks director, to have more resources available to maintain the quality of our, or improve the quality of our parks. Our consultants, WRT, who are doing the parks master plan, if you remember, there are 3 buckets. You talk about the first bucket showed over the course of the next 10 years $110 to $115 million of life cycle replacement costs. You have heard me on more than one occasion talk about the cost of ownership. Once you build something like a park or a city hall building, there is a cost of owning that building other than just the debt associated with the mortgage. The other bucket that they talk about is just the cost of basic maintenance. In a recent meeting with WRT, they have told us that compared to industry standards, we should be spending about 3 times as much on maintaining our parks than what we currently have obligated or allocated. The challenge is unless it's found through other resources such as state grants, which is reflective in this budget because we don't have Martin Ray Riley and we don't have the Cultural Arts District Park, those grants have been expended. So unless there's grants or CDBG, the choice then comes into, do I fund this, parks maintenance, at the expense of something else that the community wants? For example, additional police or additional fire or public safety services. So those are literally the trade-offs. And I think in a lot of ways it's reflective of the hard decisions this organization has had to make and will continue to make as we go forward until, as the mayor has pointed out, we change the underlying challenge, which is the chronic unemployment that this region has continued to grapple with for well too many years. So that concludes my comments. Council President, answer any questions.
I just wanted to ask a couple questions and make some comments. So I get it. We have limited resources. That's what we get every single year. You know, we don't have enough money. We have other things that are important to us, which is, public safety, fire, police. Again, I think I'll go back to the comments that were made earlier by Oliver. Parks is part of that public safety strategy. And so I'm just curious to see, I get that we are dealing with a limited amount of resources, but what is the administration going to do to try to address that in terms of to increase the revenues? Or are there other strategies that we need to be talking about and having an honest conversation, because we know that parks is an important issue for our residents. I hear it all the time. We just heard recently in the Tower District, I'm sure you saw on Channel 30, people are talking about why don't we convert the old substation into green space. I know that there's a cost associated to building it, demolishing the building, and then the ongoing costs. But we need to, I think 5 years from now, 10 years from now, how are we going to continue to, our community is going to grow, and we're just going to continue to fall, to the bottom ranks of the list of the least amount of green space, and so forth. And we know that parks are directly correlated with public health, with economic development, as was commented earlier. And so what are we going to do to start chipping away? Because status quo is not acceptable to me. Not to me. Like, this is status quo. And so all other departments are getting a little bit more. So why aren't we giving the same to parks? At least a little bit more, right? Because status quo begins to, again, show it's like they're, they don't matter. And so, like, no increase, even if it's just, with if we're not talking about new construction or whatever, but if we're talking about just the O&M piece, why aren't we, or the deferred maintenance, why aren't we trying to at least demonstrate that we are committed to addressing the challenges that we face within our park system?
Well, let me paraphrase the mayor. This budget is a status quo in a lot of ways, other than the investment in a handful of positions within the police department. There are other ongoing costs within public safety, just like in the parks department, that had to be absorbed. Workers' comp, healthcare costs, retirement, all those things add up. Replacement of fire apparatus, replacement of police cars. It's no different in a police department than in a parks department. We have not been investing in those things that our officers need or our community needs in the parks. So if you heard, you listen to, and based on Mayor Brand's vision, it is to deal with exactly the issue that Councilmember Baines talked about. It's changing the conversation around, for example, not how do we arrest more people, but how do we put more people to work? And by changing that narrative, we provide the additional resources needed because people are gainfully employed. They therefore are going to be spending and acquiring things. Sales tax will go up. and buy a home, property values will go up, and that is, a lot of ways, the lifeblood of this organization. So the administration's goal is to try to find ways to deal with the chronic unemployment that has plagued this community for way too long. And he has set a very bold vision to reduce unemployment from 10% to 5%. And as the B pointed out, imagine what this community would look like when we only have an unemployment rate of 5%. There are other things that you could do or could be considered, but the administration's commitment is to grow the economy and provide opportunities to people who right now have never seen an opportunity in their lifetime, let alone maybe their parents' lifetime.
And I get that. I know that obviously the connection there in terms of helping our local economy, which then increases our local revenues. I think that obviously that's long term, right? But have we thought
according
about?
to the mayor, it's 4 years from now.
Well, but I guess in the short term, what are some short term strategies? You know, we're going to be presented with this Parks Master Plan, right? We're going to be handed this pile of, this is all the stuff that we need to do now, and then what we need to do in the future to build, you know, continue to build a better park system here in the city. But, you know, what can we do? And are there other strategies to figure out how we increase fundings? Because, you know, I know that I just got a new park, but I have an existing park like Quigley, which, you know, it needs a lot of work. I'd like to see a master plan, just a neighborhood park. You know, it's something that has been pointed out in the Parks Master Plan as a strategy in fixing our existing park system. That will take about $100,000, they've said, to master plan it and figure out, you know, what we can do to improve it. But, you know, my district, I think, has the lowest amount of green space. I was just driving by Roding Park, which is not in my district but is neighboring, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to drive by Roding Park because there's such a big difference when you drive through, you know, by Roding Park, which has one of the best zoos, right, that we can think of, and yet right next to the zoo we have this park that is falling apart and that has homeless encampments. And I don't know if you've driven by it lately. I was telling Oliver, it was embarrassing to drive by it. You know, I can't even imagine people coming to the city of Fresno to visit the zoo and see all the homeless encampment right there on the corner of Olive and like Weber or whatever that. It's embarrassing. We need to do better for our residents, and so that we can attract other folks that will come and spend their dollars here. You know, as we're a big city, we're that attraction. And so that will also help our local economy. So I think I know that while it's not in my district, I will advocate that we need to do better for our residents in that area. I don't know if there's anything in the budget to address that or how we can clean that up. And I know I was just having a conversation with Oliver because I don't know, to me it's embarrassing that Roding Park is not where it should be. And then you go to Woodward Park and it's, you know, very nice. And so it's like, why is it that, you know, in this part of the city, it's okay for us to leave people, you know, homeless people to be in the park and have their tents and all their rubbish and, you know, everything that makes the park look pretty sad.
Well, again, there are choices and there are priorities. And this council, you know, helps in that narrative of what the priorities and choices are. We have a limited amount of resources as we know it today. As far as capital and investments in our parks, this budget has about $5 million. Now, of which about $2 million, $1.9 million is coming from CDBG. But we use CDBG also to repave roads. So, you know, roads are no different than parks. We don't put any general fund, very little general fund into our roads.
So,
we don't put, let me finish.
Yeah, sorry.
So the fact that there is, you know, almost $3 million to cover deferred investment, you know, council member, I couldn't agree with you more. There are parks that I've walked through. There are parks that I walked through 4 years ago, and I've said this. We should have been embarrassed at the fact that the city of Fresno was on the outside of the building. But I can also tell you, over the last 4 to 5 years, we have invested millions of dollars. Not so much in, granted, we built a cultural arts district park, and we built Inspiration Park, which was $10 million, but thankfully the state wrote a check for half of that. But we've all spent millions of dollars at Homes and at Romaine, and we're spending, $400,000, $500,000 at Vinland. I'm going to go through the list, and we can provide you the list where these other improvements are going to be. So do not think that this budget does not recognize the need to make improvements. Roading is another one. Roading needs extensive. It needs a complete irrigation system. There are issues out at Roading Park that we have to address. We have no choice when it comes to water quality and the way the system was designed back in the 40s. We're going to be bringing recycled water to Roading Park. I'm not bringing recycled water to Woolworth Park, but I still got to water it. I still have backup generators and irrigation pumps that have to be replaced, and that's no different whether it's at Woolworth Park or it's at Roading Park. The fact is this organization for way too many years chose to make other priorities more important than the cost of maintaining the parks that we built. And as a result, we're dealing with decades of deferred investment. And so unfortunately, this council and this administration has dealt with the hand that it has. But again, the choices in a lot of ways, and given the dialogue that we had this morning, it doesn't sound like it has changed much. So until we change something like the underlying economics of this region, there will not be sufficient resources to do everything that we want to do for our community.
So you brought up a good point about CDBG and how we use a number of CDBG dollars to address the parks, or as part of the parks budget. But you also mentioned that we use CDBG for some paving and so forth, right? So we know that the state legislature just passed the increase in the gas tax, and we're going to see an additional, I think, about $11 to $12 million in a year.
In 19. You'll see maybe our budget. This budget reflects about $3 million because we don't anticipate seeing those dollars flow to the city until the third quarter, March.
Okay.
The state does a good job of when the dollars come in, they tend to want to hold on to it because they bank the float.
Okay. So, but we are receiving these dollars, which then can free up some of the city. And I don't know if in this
we've done that.
So okay, we've done. So we're not using any CDBG dollars for paving.
Oh, no. No, we're using CDBG for paving as well. So the choice is that you could reduce your paving work, but I don't think anybody who receives CDBG funding for paving is going to want to do that.
Well, but so the thing is, we're receiving an additional, and we know maybe not this year, but for the foreseeable future, we're going to be receiving an additional about $11 million. I don't know.
Yes.
So are we going to be able to maximize the use of CDBG for maybe parks and focus on, using the dollars?
That is certainly an option. Our plan was to bring to the council a 3 to 5 year capital improvement project or plan using those gas tax dollars. But if there's a decision to reallocate those dollars to, CDBG dollars and backfill that with that gas tax, that's certainly an option that's available.
Because my gripe always has been with the CDBG, it's not there to supplant, but to augment, and we haven't really done a good job of using CDBG dollars to augment. The reason we get CDBG dollars is because we have very poor neighborhoods, right? And so what we've seen historically, at least since I've been on the council, is that we use these CDBG dollars to say, okay, District 4 gets $700,000, District 1 gets $700,000, and so forth. Where in reality, District 4 should get maybe $800,000, because we have neighborhoods that are poor versus District 2 that maybe does have some neighborhoods that would qualify, but not to the same extent as neighborhoods that are older neighborhoods in the southern part of the city. That's where I would like to see a more equitable distribution of these funds and appropriated to really see that we are augmenting rather than just supplanting the resources that we receive.
I understand it, but you also have then to recognize the $3.2 million of debt that's associated with No Neighborhood Left Behind that was spent primarily in D4 and in your district. Before you.
In terms of, but we don't use it to pay that off, right?
We use gas tax to pay that because we can't afford to use general fund.
So, and how much is that a
It was
year?
$36 million by the time we pay it off. It's probably going to be close to over
What's
100
the
million.
time frame for that repayment?
We still have another 15 years on that? No. Oh, no? It's longer?
And city manager, and if I could just jump in, because you've actually hit on what I wanted to ask you about as part. It plays right into what you're asking. What you haven't mentioned yet is how, with our credit rating going up, we were able to refinance some of these bonds that are floated. So these are going to start falling off too, right? In the next 5 years and 10 years and 15
More like
years.
7 to 8? Yes.
7, 8 years. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. This organization is going to free up millions of dollars for our general fund once these things start to get paid off. And I know that it hurts now. I mean, I represent an area where the parks are really hurting, and I'm sorry for stepping on you. You're trying to speak. And I know that it hurts, but I'm looking for silver linings. I'm looking for a light at the end of the tunnel. One of those is that this organization is about to pay off a lot of debt and free up that money in the general fund. So, I mean, that's one thing. So if you put the fact that we're paying off our debt and you couple that with economic development, the city's going to have a much larger tax base. Then we're going to be able to use more of it instead of pay on debt. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. There's more money, but, I mean, I'm not going to be here to spend it. But
Jane,
some of you will be.
When's No Neighborhood?
Yeah, the No Neighborhood Left Behind clocks out in 2023.
And so was that then strictly in, 1, 4, 3, 7, and 5, really, or
Yes.
It wasn't citywide?
No.
Okay. I was under the impression that all districts benefited.
No, they didn't.
Okay. The other, just want to make a comment, and I want to thank the parks staff because I know that they're doing a tremendous amount of job, tremendous amount of work out in the neighborhood and in my district in particular. I want to thank you guys for all that you do. I know that you and I had been working recently on this summer employment opportunity jobs or youth internship program. I want to thank you for getting that started and up and going for this summer. There is a great demand in our community. I shared it. I told you that I had shared it in social media. I got over 200,000 visits, over 3,000 shares, and we got tons of emails directly to our office asking about the process. Also, I just got word from Jeff that they have over 500 applications. So our young people in our community want to work. And so I'm proud that this year we'll be able to offer them summer employment, opportunities. I know that the Parks Department does the job prep program. I'm happy that, and hopefully many of those kids that go through that job prep program get the opportunity to do the internship. But those things will definitely make a significant impact and difference. I know that I started my career when I was 15 and a half, and I worked at the Public Works Department for the city of Lindsay.
Oh.
And so that, I know, made a difference in my life, and so I'm excited that we're going to be able to impact a number of young people this summer. So with that, is there anything in this budget to be able to continue to do something like that for this next year?
There is funding to take care of the summer youth program, and so we have to look at the demand. I didn't realize we were at 500 applications. So there is money set aside for that. There is also funding for the Youth Commission, so we're going to continue that. And then there are other things in this budget for the Parks Department. I think Tony's happy to report that this will be the first time he gets some new trucks, because the Parks Department generally gets trucks left over from the fire department or some other department after they got about 125,000 miles, and according to Tony and I, they still get another 3 or 4 years out of that thing. But I also, too, want to commend the park staff. They have done a phenomenal job. The joint use agreement with Fresno Unified and Central Unified is beginning to evolve in places that a year ago we didn't even contemplate. So access to pools for our community, swim lessons, And I know the mayor is working very hard to generate additional resources for sponsorships to provide a number of our youth who could not afford swim lessons, maybe the opportunity for swim lessons. I think, we have seen us move up that list, so we're not at the bottom. We're nowhere near where I would want to be council member, but we are better than we were a year ago. And so that is, again, indicative of what happens when we as an organization partner with others and look for solutions other than within the four walls of this building. And so I want to commend my staff for working diligently with Fresno Unified and Central Unified to come up with a very creative solution to provide our youth with other opportunities and their families other opportunities of green space that just 2 years ago weren't available.
I hear also that Fresno City College is interested in partnering up. They have some great swimming facilities. The college president was recently talking to me about it, so maybe there'd be an opportunity to expand in that Heaton area, which there's a tremendous need also.
Great.
So, thank you.
Hey, Bruce, I wanted to chime in and thank you and your department right behind you. Those are all great faces, and I see them often at different parks in my district and other locations in the city, and it's a great team. Appreciate you all 100,000%, seriously. And I know Tony's a short timer, but we might have a surprise for him too. He might be hanging around longer. I don't know.
We could hope.
We could hope, absolutely. And then you know where I'm going to go next. So District 4 is the heart of the city, in my view, and I think if you geographically look at it, it's clearly the heart of the seniors in our city. And in District 4, I think the average age is about 61, maybe a little older. And
I don't like to consider that a senior, but go ahead.
Well, 62, I think, is when you get your Taco Bell discount. So, not that I would ever use that, but anyway, so being said, and I think we all realize that that D4 and Vinland is in that location, and would be a perfect place for the senior center in combination with the community center, because as we know from me, there is no community center in District 4. I think the only district without one. So I think we could combo that up. Not this year, but on a longer-term basis, and I think we could work that into the new revenues that are coming down, hopefully from these different areas of our budget and the state budget and the federal budget. So please keep that in mind, and at least a community center, but I think a combination would be best for everybody concerned. I can't think of the times that this council has been stuck with past bad decisions. I think I've lost count on my fingers and toes. However, we're the cleanup council, and with your leadership and Mayor Brand, we're going to continue to do that, and I think that will restore finances to our coffers. And as you've illustrated already, we're paying off the debt by refinancing and other creative ways to take care of that and properly fund what we're trying to do here. But I have two comments. One, what we're doing here, maintenance is going to be, we're going to be lucky to hit that maintenance mark. That's the first bucket, as I recall, as opposed to bucket 2 and 3. And everyone wants a new park, et cetera, but we just financially, even if we had double the budget that's before us today, I don't see how we could ever match that, because we're the maintenance part. And again, it's a situation that we will fix, we will clean up, we will work together. You've got a great team, we've got a great council, we've got our priorities straight, I believe, and we're gonna make it work. And the second thing is that it's courage. What does that mean? Well, we have to have the courage to evaluate this budget and make some very difficult decisions if parks are a priority, and I'm prepared to do that. So thank you, thank the staff. They're the best.
They are. And I'd just like to bring to the council's attention that we will be coming forward, I think, in the next couple of weeks, as we did last year, with a list of Tier 1 and Tier 2 priorities. In the event that the carryover comes in, let's say mid-year, September, October of next year, we find that the carryover is October of this year, we find that the carryover is larger than we had projected, for whatever the reason. We will provide a list of projects in the coming weeks for the council to vote on. And I can assure you that the Parks Department will probably be forefront, because there is a very long list of deferred investments. Not to say that public safety isn't going to be elbowing their way in, but I will tell you that parks will be front and center as they were last year.
Well, you said it earlier, there's a long list from every single department. I get that. And there's a long list from the council districts as well, and I think we're at zero as well as far as additional funds. But clearly, I am, and I know this council, who solves problems, who faces these can-kicking situations of the past, and we will fix this. We will work together, and we will make it the best city in the state of California.
All right, Bruce, I've got a couple questions. So you're standing here in front of us instead of sitting over there.
Yes.
What's happening with finding a new director of parks? Where are we at with that?
We're talking to personnel. I could tell you that we need to fill the vacancy within the Parks Department and find a permanent director.
So
you will not see me standing here next year doing this, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Well, you could probably Skype in. Okay. So we haven't actually started taking applications or done a search or
No.
Okay. Is that coming this summer or?
It'll probably come within the next couple of months, yeah.
Okay. And then I just have a couple questions. Some of them are a little bizarre. One of them is concerning the $70 million that's coming in cap and trade money. Can any of that money be used for parks, even if it's in a certain area of town, even if it was, don't even see a dollar of it in District 2, but could we increase green space in downtown or some of the west area of the city of Fresno with that money?
The criteria for the TTC funding was just released yesterday. So between late yesterday afternoon when I received them and today, I haven't had a chance to go through them. I know there's been conversations about trying to find ways to use those to help either augment or create some opportunities for either trails or some kind of connectivity in green space within that area, but I haven't personally looked through the criteria to tell you whether it can or can't. Maybe
short answer is yes. You can use you'll be able to use some of that money for green space parks.
Okay. All right. Cool. And then can you forward me those criterion so I can kind of get familiar with them?
Draft finals? Yes.
Yeah. So hypothetically, we could increase some green space, at least in certain areas of town, and I believe it's downtown area or West Fresno area,
yes.
Right? That cap and trade money is supposed to be targeted for. So hypothetically, we could increase green space there with some of that $70 million, right? And then my next question is, of the money that's budgeted here for parks for in this year's budget, it's already tied. We had a meeting the other day, but it's really already tied to certain projects that have been committed to. Is that right? So there's no loose dollars hanging around that are uncommitted.
There are some UGM dollars that have not been committed yet, but other than the dollars, general fund dollars that were allocated last year, there are no, as you said, any new loose dollars available. And the challenge with UGM is that it cannot be used to fund maintenance.
Only capital projects?
It's only capital, and it cannot be used for capital. And I will confirm that with Public Works, but my understanding is that the citywide UGM account can only be used for new. Citywide, but it only be used for a new facility.
Are there any other stipulations on UGM money that I need to be thinking about? But you said it can be used citywide.
Right. Is
it tied to any other indices, or it could be we could use it
new? It could be something new in an existing park.
Okay. All right. And how much UGM funds do we have in a pot?
I think a citywide UGM is at $1 million.
$1 million? And that's not currently committed to any list of projects. And you talked about last year's budget included a tier 1, tier 2 projects that if the carryover came in higher than expected. Now, from this morning's first conversation, we're really, the way I understand the Brand administration, you're trying to use the correct formula so that the carryover is not as great, a little bit more predictable, and then spend the money now or program the money now rather than wait and see if it's something happens. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we can't count on as much carryover for next year, at least if things go according to plan.
Well, and I think the carryover projected, and we're going to, as you point out, as I turned it, we're going to sweep those savings before the departments can spend them. We're anticipating a $3.8 million carryover next year, but if you look at the 5-year, that saving is being used to help defray the increases in costs as we go out over the next 4 to 5 years. So as you get near, with it 2022, we're at $150,000 within budget or something like that. So I, off the top of my head, but if the carryover, if you look at from a 4 to 5 year window, that carryover next year is actually being used to help smooth out the operating expenses over that period of time.
Okay, because we're still in the process of executing projects that we voted on last year.
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. That was my questions for now. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Council President. And I'll be quick. A lot of the comments, the questions that I was going to ask have been asked. I mean, obviously the biggest question I had was, and reading the explanation, I understood what the decrease in the budget was. From my simplistic point of view, it was the capital projects have been backed out. Essentially, when you look at the
capital side now.
Yeah, right. They've already been, the capital expenditures have already been made. I do share the same concerns that everyone does, and I've been talking about parks are part of the public safety apparatus since my first year walking in here, where we were cutting parks significantly. So I do want to honor the fact that from the moment that I walked in here to now, it has been a significant increase in the spending on parks. But I certainly want to honor what Dr. Curry mentioned, that we're still not at pre-recession levels, so we still have a ways to go. I can tell we're on the way back, but we still do have a ways to go. And I wholeheartedly endorse your thought about really we need to be focusing on unemployment. And so I wanted to ask, I mean, all of the parks questions have really been asked and answered for the most part. And when you talk about the mayor's 5-year budget, and now I'm going to have you put your city manager's hat on, and as we are looking at what we are anticipating, and you mentioned the mayor has a really ambitious goal of going from 10% to 4%, unemployment rate, which would be great. Obviously, the idea being that the more people are working, the more money is being put into the economy. As you guys plan a 5-year budget, are you at least doing a parallel budget to what it potentially could look like if that employment rate did drop? What kind of additional revenues could potentially be put into our city's general fund? And not that we should be, and I don't want anybody to get nervous or think that we should be budgeting off of that.
Nope.
But we ought to be able to give the city a vision of what it should look like. And because I think it's fair that on the one hand we say, look, the truth of the matter is we have a poor city, but we've decided to take an expanded focus on that and address that problem. You all are coming in and saying in year one, we're going to address the fact that we have a poverty problem, which of course, that's great news to me. And I'll be marching out of here, but it'll be great news. It's great news to hear that commitment. I also am hopeful, particularly as we talk about public safety, and me, parks is part of public safety conversation to me, that we also give our community a picture of what a better employed economy could look like. How could we spend in parks? What does it look like for the police department, fire department, and what have you? So I think to some degree it's a lot of work, but I'm hoping that you all take this from just a kind of pie in the sky, hey, it'll be better, to give us a picture of what it could look like. Because I think what that does is it gets us committed. It gets the community committed to helping that reality. Look, I can tell you that there's no way that we're going to do that without a lot of help from a lot of folks. Right. It's not going to be, the mayor sitting in the room with a spreadsheet figuring it out. There's going to have to be a lot of things that come together, and giving the community the realistic picture, our parks advocates, our public safety advocates, our business advocates, I think everybody needs to see what that picture looks like. So, I wanted to take my time to talk about that because, again, everything else has been said. We all know the challenges we have with parks. I know we're moving in the right direction. We're better than we were. I'm disappointed that there's a drop off this year in spending for sure, and I'm hopeful that some things happen. I know Steve's talking about UGM. I know potentially with a carryover, maybe we can make some decisions later. I don't know, but I know we're moving in the right direction. But that's not the long-term solution. The long-term solution is not relying on the carryover. The long-term solution is not relying on the UGM. There are only a couple long-term solutions. And one of them is either we raise revenues. All of them come back to raising revenues. That's the bottom line. The bottom line is we have to raise revenues in order to get the type of investments that we want. Some people don't like to hear taxes, and that's fine. If you don't want to hear taxes, then let's talk about holistic strategies of poverty reduction, because that also raises revenue as well. So anyway, thanks for all your work. I definitely don't want to see you stand here next year as a parks director, unless it's forever. but I appreciate all the work of you and your team. The Parks Department is one of the shining examples of this city and all the work that it does. I know all the challenges that comes with it, and it's not perfect, but I remember what it was before. So I just want to thank you and your team for the efforts that you guys have put into making our parks better. We have a long way to go on things like maintenance and what have you, but we've made a lot of strides too, and I don't want that to be lost in the discussion. So
you're blessed to have a great team in the Parks Department.
We really are. We really are, and they do a lot with a little. And like I said, I know that parks is always a tense discussion, rightfully so, because we don't have enough green space and we don't do a great job of overall maintenance, but we've made significant strides, and that should not, our employees should hear us say that, so thank you guys for the work that you all do. We know it's tough. We know the resources are challenging, and we do appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and to whatever extent possible, we need to do more to help you all. So thanks.
Bruce, I want to thank you and our Parks Department for the work that they do every day. And it was kind of interesting. We had the senior spring fling, and to me that brought it home, because we had Eddie out there barbecuing burgers for our seniors, and I remember walking up to him and he was crying because of the smoke coming in. But that to me symbolizes our Parks Department, right? They roll up their sleeves, they get to work, they do it because they're passionate about parks and committed to our community. And so I won't mention what my colleagues have already mentioned, because we know we have a lot of needs. I want to focus more on the revenue generating side. And so I wanted to just kind of get your feedback on some creative ways that we can come up with to support our parks. And so off the top of my head, I was thinking there's some really prime, real estate locations in our parks where we could put in some, advertisement signs and things like that, and keep that money at that specific park. Off the top of my head, I thought about, Woodward Park. Maybe we could do an agreement with some motocross tournaments, or horseback riding, or bike rentals, and get some of those some concession fees for the Parks Department. I mean, have we explored those options, and is it something that's feasible?
Well, we have. We invested probably $1.3 million on a BMX track that, quite honestly, doesn't pencil from a profit center, even if you add in the gate revenue that it generates. Interestingly enough, we have looked at some concession agreements. There's this state grants or state funding that we need to work with the state on addressing, because the water and water and air conservation grants. And what we have learned is essentially that once you accept those grant dollars, no matter how much or how little they are, you basically commit to the city to not doing anything. Water and wildlife grants, you literally handcuff the city forever as to what you can or can't do in that park as a result of taking those grants. Ironically, the most revenue that's being generated, or let me talk about the revenue. When Jane mentioned that gate revenue was up by about $350,000, I'm going to wager the majority of that's coming from Roding Park. And the irony is that Roding Park, in a lot of ways, is being used to subsidize the other two regional parks. because for whatever reason, people don't want to, well, they don't pay to get into Southwest, and they'll do everything they can not to get into not to pay the Woodward. It amazes me to see how many $5 lattes walk across that intersection in order not to pay the $5 entry fee into Woodward Park. But Woodward Park's also an old park. And so we have increased gate revenue, I think, as much as we can, but the zoo has a lot to do with that. And quite honestly, the zoo, I think, has made a valid argument that they, too, should take and have a percentage of that increase in gate revenue to fund a parking hub. So that's another conversation we need to have. But my point is that the city of Fresno operates and maintains 3 regional parks, and the region doesn't contribute anything to them. There's people who come in from Madera who use Woodward Park. Same thing with Clovis. There's people who come to Roding Park from all over the place, but the region doesn't contribute towards. So when we talk about building more amenities, especially when we start talking about regional amenities, whether it's a parkway in the river bottom or a new soccer complex, these are regional facilities. The region needs to have a conversation around, do they want these kind of facilities, and if so, how are they willing to support that effort? Other than gate revenue, back to your point, gate revenue, BMX tracks, again, that didn't pencil out.
Horseback riding?
Horseback, you already have equestrian trails down in the river bottom. I don't know how you would charge, other than the gate fee to bring in a trailer with horses, other than changing that fee structure that if you bring in a truck with a trailer, or you charge for the 2 horses, whatever it is. There's not a lot of opportunity other than the gate fee that we charge at the regional parks to collect any more revenue.
What about those advertisement signs? We have
$100,000 allocated in this year's budget for one sign at the Municipal Service Center. The air, water, wildlife grants are a problem at Woodward as well as at some of our other parks, so we're looking at some other options to relocate those digital billboards to other locations in which they would generate as many looks or as much revenue as has been originally anticipated. Again, we had hoped that that would generate $500,000 to $600,000 a year. This year we have $100,000 because we actually have one agreement for one location, but it's the corporation yard, and so we don't have as many limitations there as we do in our parks.
Because we have Al Radka over right by the 180.
It runs into the same limitations.
Right. That's the challenge. We talked about the state. We got to get some kind of a
I've got
permit.
to get some kind of waiver from the state to even if I, and the conversation I've had with one representative is the dollars that would be generated would go back into that park.
Mm-hmm.
But that still doesn't, we've got to work with them to get some kind of special exception to do this.
Well, maybe it's with our Parks Department, right? Maybe we have a contest on how we can generate some revenue and some ideas that they might have. I'm sure they can come up with a couple. The last question I had relates to the Parks Master Plan. So as we're out in the community, we get the question, so what exactly will the Parks Master Plan tell us? I mean, we talked a little bit about the maintenance piece, how much the dollar amount is. But is it kind of a blueprint for where we go in the future? Will there be a list of projects that are prioritized as we get money? They'll come on the docket list, or how's that conversation going to be framed?
The Parks Master Plan will essentially tell you this is the cost of maintaining what you already have. So that's bucket number 1 and bucket number 2. Bucket number 3 is that once you figure out how to fund those 2 buckets, then here's a list of things the community would like to have, and here's the estimated cost associated with bucket number 3. Knowing that once you invest in bucket number 3, you're going to increase the cost of buckets number 1 and number 2. At that point in time, I think it really becomes a policy discussion as to how or what mechanism can be used to help fund both buckets 1, 2, and then potentially bucket 3. But that's going to have to be a frank conversation around other priorities. Again, we talked about public safety this morning. Parks is right there with it. And so whether it's parks, public safety, animal control, I mean, there's a very long list of unfunded needs in this community. And so the Parks Master Plan, I think, will shed a light on, as Councilmember Capriolo has used, a bucket that has been kicked down the road. Nobody wanted to know what it actually costs to maintain a park. We just wanted to be there when it opened.
Well, and again, I want to thank our Parks Department for the work they do every single day. It was interesting. I did a school visit not that long ago, and they were asking the kids to draw something memorable, and a lot of them wrote the Carnival event that we had, and that was really great to see that up on the chalkboard there at school site. So thank you for that.
I guess I'll say a few words. I am the biggest cheerleader for our Parks Department because they are doing so much with really nothing.
We're going to have a cheer competition, Council President.
No, I mean, I really appreciate it. They don't have the time to meet with me. They don't have the time to run after the little projects and errands that I'm constantly asking them to do, but they do it anyway, and they do a great job when they do it. And so, I appreciate that. I know that you guys do more with less. You have, even during the recession, you never let it get you down, and the morale is high, and you cheer, even though there's just a handful of you left than what we had before the Great Recession. The only observations that I have, especially with the Parks Master Plan, and I've participated in 2 meetings with the consultant that we hired. I did vote to spend the money to do the Parks Master Plan. And so then I had an opportunity to go out to the community meeting that they had in my district, and they did a good job. They're doing a good job. But the problem that I have with the folks doing the Parks Master Plan is I think they're giving the community false hope. I think that everyone in this room, including the folks who came here to address this agenda item from the public, I think that our staff, I think elected officials, our incoming city manager, everybody knows that our park system is in really dire straits, and it's just really held together with, duct tape and chewing gum. And if that's the case, it looks pretty good for a department that's really just kind of, being held together with chicken wire kind of thing. The issue that I have is when our consultants are out there asking folks if they want brand new trails, and they want splash pads, and they want soccer facilities, and they want new this and new that. It concerns me because I know that we owe $100 million on deferred maintenance. And I mean, everybody thinks when they think of a park, they think of green space. And so the green space will die if we don't fix $48 million worth of sprinklers. I mean, it seems to me that as an organization, our first priority is to make sure that the fields in the parks are green, in addition to all the other wonderful things that we like to have. And I myself am very guilty of asking for things for my parks and creating new parks and those kinds of things. But the reality is if this organization is going out to the public and telling them that, we can have this and we can have that and we're going to do this and that, I guess there is a question here, and that is, how are we going to save the parks simply by watering them? If we were to put $10 million a year to fixing the irrigation, it would take 5 years just to fix the sprinklers in the parks. So when the Parks Master Plan comes back, what is the master plan besides of reams of paper of public comment where people say, oh, well, we want a new splash park and a regional soccer facility and all this stuff? How do we deliver on the most basic, which is just watering? How do we pay the $100 million in deferred maintenance? That's a lot of money.
Hey, Bruce, can I help you out on that a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, Council President, when you say false hope, I think you're half right. And the right part is hope for the future. So I think we must plan for the future and subsequent councils and set the goal that we're trying to reach financially. We're not there now, and I agree with your comments. It's tragic during our meetings to have the people come forward with such enthusiasm for what they think is coming in the near future. We hope it will, but it's going to come in the far future, but we have to have a plan, so in my view, so we don't have more people going in 18 different directions and putting us back in debt and putting us behind the 8 ball, as they say. even further. So I agree.
I appreciate your message of hope, but mine is more pessimistic. Where are we going to get the money to give people hope that we can water the fields?
So, in my discussions with the consulting firm, their feedback to me is that the community actually is recognizing that it would be nice to have new green space, but we should be investing in the green space that we already have because of the condition that it's in. What do we do with that number is in the next conversation. Because when this first started, I agree with you, the expectation of this Parks Master Plan is going to tell us how to get to 3 to 4 acres per thousand, because that's what the general plan calls for. Now the conversation is, well, yeah, that would be great, but obviously we got to deal with what we already own first. And how are we going to do that? Improving the economy is going to be one of those strategies. 8 years from now, we're going to have a significant amount of debt beginning to come off the general fund, based on obligations made long before any of us were sitting up here. The challenge will be, as it has been today, is that when those revenues manifest themselves, that opportunity is created either from economic development and a 5% reduction in unemployment, or a reduction in debt expenses, liability, or a combination thereof. The conversation is going to be, what will be the priority then? Will it be the same thing that we heard today? Will it be adding more police? Is it adding 2 more companies? Is it adding more green space? Is it just maintaining green space? Because even the combination of those, quite honestly, is going to take a lot of the resources that become available going forward. So it's going to be a sobering conversation. It's not going to be an easy conversation. And I'm not going to try to paint you a pretty picture that once this happens, everything will be fine. Because it won't be. There will be additional challenges, as there would be in any budget, and choices that you're going to have to make as a council.
I don't know if the consultant for Parks Master Plan is looking at this, but in terms of best practices and what other municipalities are doing across the country, would it be a benefit to our constituents to spin the Parks Department off into its own authority and just not operate a Parks Department anymore as a city of Fresno, and just have it just like, in Bakersfield, for example, they have the, north of the River Parks and Recreation District. Would they be able to capture more revenue? Would they be able to run a leaner operation? Would they be able to deliver a better project if they were autonomous and had their own board and could go get their own grants? I mean, should we as an organization look at spinning the parks out into being their own authority, because it would result in a better system?
How much of the property tax are you going to obligate, and sales tax are you going to obligate to this new entity?
I'm asking you.
Well, that's...
So you're saying that it would require this organization to give up some of its share of tax?
The way parks districts are funded, there's some kind of dedicated funding stream that goes specifically to that parks district. Whether it's through an assessment, parcel tax, whatever the case may be. So if you were to create, let's say, a parks district, how big is the district? And then what percentage of either property tax or sales tax is obligated to that district to support its ongoing function?
So what you're saying is, if we determine that it would be a benefit to the system and to the user for our Parks Department to be its own authority with its own board, that would have to come with a tax increase. It can't be done without a tax increase.
A tax sharing agreement in which a portion of the city's property and or sales tax would be dedicated solely for the purposes of parks.
I mean, I think that, I think it might be prudent for us to get more information on that, because I think that, the rate we're going, we're looking at, we're going to improve the parks in 2 decades from now. They're going to be better. I think that if we wanted to deliver something, some kind of improvement, I would favor at least looking at a drastic and bold new approach instead of the status quo, which is, these folks are working so hard day in and day out just to keep the system with its nose above the water. I mean, what if we could do something huge and bold and actually benefit the final user by acting? Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I also would preface that in the last 4 years, even during the darkest economic times, this organization figured out how to fund 3 new parks. One of them is in your district. And that says a lot for the ingenuity of this administration, the previous administration, and this council. So, hope is internal. And if you set a vision, you'll figure out a way to get there. You just got to set the vision. And when we come back with the Parks Master Plan, it will create 2 visions, status quo or what it can be. And I like your idea, Councilmember Baines, about what does it look like? What's the general fund revenue look like? What's the sales tax revenue look like? Property tax when you're at 5% unemployment? Because that changes the narrative and the vision. And I think that would be an important statement, because then we can start talking about, when we achieve 5% unemployment, what this community looks like.
President Olivia, we actually have an example of that, what you're just describing. We have it in District 5. I won't badmouth the district, but I would just say take a look at the results that they've been able to achieve or not, and it's the Calawa Park District. And that's describing exactly the structure that you mentioned. And they haven't been able to pencil out a lot of things within that district.
Well, Oso de Oro is what? Who operates Oso de Oro? FID. So there's an example of a group that can make it work. So some folks can succeed and some others will fail, but I don't think that that's a good example of.
Well, and Calawa's been trying to have the city be part of the city park system. No, he said no.
Okay, I guess we can talk for hours and hours about this, but I just kind of wanted to wrap up by addressing the seniors issue. And City Manager, thank you for devoting staff time from staff from your office, and thank you for devoting staff time of people in the Parks Department to being a part of that task force. We have some really big brains on that task force, and it's a good group, lots of people, not just from this organization, but also from around the community, experts in gerontology, experts in education, and experts in healthcare, and experts in a lot of different things. And no, it is true, Sacramento has a gorgeous senior center, and Bakersfield has 3, and Long Beach has 6, and we don't have one at all. But I know that Mayor Brand and his staff are watching this meeting on television right now, and so just wanted to thank them for their commitment as well to at least gaining the knowledge that's going to come out of the task force. And so what we plan to do is to deliver to you in November a white paper that will outline what the task force believes that we need for at least to begin and take that first step toward health for our senior citizens in our community. So I just want to say thank you on that. This month we've already had our first meeting, elected a chair and a vice chair, and Becky Klisch and Jackie Ryle are there, and they're very vocal and they're wonderful, and it's great to have them there. And so this month we're going to be talking about existing building versus new building and grant possibilities that are out there. So I mean, we'll continue to work hand in hand with you, and I appreciate your and your staff's willingness to think creatively and think out of the box to make stuff happen. And thank you for everything. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else that wants to address parks? Okay, we can move on to the next item, which is City Clerk. Thank you, Parks staff. Thank you, City Manager. City Attorney, do we need quorum for a budget hearing?
No, you don't.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, take it away.
Sure. Good afternoon, Yvonne Spence, City Clerk. And I want to first talk about the FY18 budget. And the clerk's office was given additional $33,000, but $25,000 is for ADA regulations so that we can comply. And it has to do with the videos of our council meetings. We'd like to make them closed caption and also in English and in Spanish. And the rest is just things like computer replacements, office supplies, and vendor prices increasing. So that's what that's about. Next, I'd like to go and talk about what we did last year. We had some activities last budget season that we were going to get started with, and we did that. So this past year, we hired 2 senior administrative clerks due to turnover and a new position, and that was back in November. And then we had an assistant city clerk hired recently, and they'll start Monday. So that kind of closes the gaps, and now we'll be focusing on training again. We also converted some of our microfilm to digital images. They're searchable, and they can be put into our repository Laserfish. And that's where the documents are now searchable, and you can do a browse or a keyword search. And that electronic system, thanks to IT, is up and running, and it's live. So the citizens can use it, the employees in the city can use it, and you can find it by going to our website online. Our future goals include offering training on records management. The clerk is responsible for the records retention schedule, and I don't think it's been updated since 2009. So it's been a long time. I know we have new records that we need to get on there, and also we need to gear up and train for the upcoming council election in June 2018. And let's see. And I know last time Esmeralda asked how much time we were spending with the Youth Commission, and we're spending about 12 to 18 hours a month with that, and that's basically preparing their agenda, coordinating items for the agenda, preparing postings and agendas, and attending the meetings and preparing the minutes. So that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
I think you may be off the hook.
I think so.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to go out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the council on this budget item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. The screen is clear. So we'll go ahead and close the budget hearings for today. City Attorney, is there anything you wish to add?
No, I think we're good.
All right, we'll see you all back here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
It's 8:30.
Oh, tomorrow's 8:30? Oh, whoops. Well, I'll be here at 10. Just kidding. See you at 8:30. Oh, you do?